Okay. Uh, yep. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm also doing great. Thanks for asking. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen and then we'll get started.
Okay.
Okay, so first thing, we'll get started with the test format, the overall test format that we have. Of course, I have given you a bit of details, but we'll try to
Yes.
go a bit in depth today. Okay.
Okay.
But before we get started with the test format, I wanted to understand your experience with the mock test yesterday.
Uh, yeah. It was like it was easy, but at the same time, I was doing it for the first time, so I
Mm-hmm.
was a bit confused.
Of course, because you
Yes.
didn't know the
Yeah.
format. Yeah.
Yeah. Because this is totally different from ads.
Hmm.
Yesterday night, there is a 40-minute some trial test on
Hmm.
their ETS website.
Hmm.
So I tried that. In reading, I got all 10 questions in it. I got all of them right,
Very good.
but still, it took time. It was a bit. I had a lot of confusions in listening. Uh, Out of five, I got three right. The thing is, I didn't make any notes. I didn't have book or anything while I was solving
Okay.
that. So you are supposed to make notes when you are
Yes.
listening to the conversation.
Yes.
I didn't do any of that,
It's
and I
okay.
couldn't then remember what the answer should be. So I got three right, two
Mm-hmm.
wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And writing, the writing of this is a bit different. So
Correct.
I was like, it took time for me to think like, what am I supposed to like? What should I write here?
Okay.
But they didn't give the score of writing and speaking.
They did not give the score of. Okay.
No.
That's fine.
They
That's
just
fine.
gave the score of listening and reading. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll show you where you can give writing test and speaking test, where you will get to see your scores also immediately over there.
Okay. Okay.
But your writing was pretty good. Okay, in the mock test, it was pretty good. Of course, I'll be helping you out with the format and everything when we go through the test format now. When we start looking at each section, I'll be telling you what are the points in each section. Okay, don't
Okay.
worry about that part. But what do you feel? Was it easier than IELTS?
Yes, it is
A
easier
bit,
than that.
a bit, right? Of course, at
Yes.
the end,
Yes.
it's English proficiency test,
Yeah.
but it's as you have given it 3 times, you will of course find this easier.
Yeah.
Okay, if it would
This
have
is
been only
easier than
one
that.
time, you might have still said, ki no, I am comfortable with IELTS more. Because
Yeah,
sometimes what
because
happens is when you're doing one thing again and again, it gets boring also after a certain period of time.
yes.
It becomes like very redundant की परत परत तेच करतोय आपण. There is
Oh,
nothing new, correct? There is nothing different that is happening. So that also becomes a question sometimes. It depends, I
the
would say. Yeah,
problem I think I'm facing is I'm not able to perform well under pressure.
the timer. Yep.
Yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
when I'm solving at home, everything goes well. I'm getting it, but when I'm going to the center, I don't know what something goes wrong.
It happens because at home we are just in our environment, correct? That is also another reason. So is that the reason you are saying that you want to try the home edition this time
No,
in
no, it's
TOEFL?
not about that.
Okay.
Uh, the dates aren't available.
Hmm.
It's being too late. If the center date, I think the latest date available was 16th.
Correct, and it was not in Pune again. It was in Mumbai.
Yeah, at Pune, I checked the only date was available was 20th.
20th, correct.
Yeah, and then like, that's no point. It's gonna be too late.
Hmm. Because
So
you
I
will
checked.
need
Yeah,
3 4 days after that for your
yeah.
test report to come in hand.
So if I give on 12th, maybe my result will come around 18 or 20th, or it comes in 4 days.
It comes in 4 days, only there shouldn't be any holidays in between. If there are
Okay.
holidays in between, then it becomes an issue. So next
Uh,
week आई गेस तुमने 12th को भी दिया तो 15th का हॉलीडे आएगा वापस बीच में.
okay. Yes.
सो
Till
इसके लिए मैंने
then,
1 वीक बोला ना, 1 वीक पकड़ के चलो.
हाँ. Okay.
हम्म सो अगर 2-3 हॉलीडेज भी आते तो 1 वीक में आ जाता है.
हाँ, yes.
Okay, that's the reason. Okay.
And
Hmm.
there's an option to like while I'm booking, there is an option to send the score also. That option is there, right?
Yes, yes, you have the
Directly.
option. So when we register for the test, I'll guide you with that. Don't worry.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Okay, you just need the names of the universities that you're applying to, and you want the कोड चेक कर लो उसका एक बार टोफल के साइट पे जाकर.
Yeah, I have checked it. It's 0972. I'll still once again
हाँ हाँ, when
check it.
you
Right?
put it in that section where you
Hmm.
are supposed to put the section to send your test scores, just that time you cross check it once.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, that's great then. But now you have a little bit of idea of how the test format is, so it should be easier for you to understand when I'm explaining it also. Okay,
Yes, yes.
so your TOEFL IBT test is test of English as a foreign language, and IBT stands for Internet Based Test. Okay,
Hmm.
that's the full form of TOEFL IBT test. As you know, over here it's an English proficiency test, correct?
Yes.
Which checks your level of English, whether you're eligible to go abroad or not. And of course, depending on the university that you're applying to, the scores will differ. So for our university in particular, we are looking for a score of 100 above. Okay, so understand this, you will need to put in 100% hard work also over here.
Yes.
That's where we
Yes.
can get 100 above wala score. Have you connected your earphones? There is a lot of background noise.
Yes. Uh, yeah. The thing is, my house is on the main road,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I first thought you were outside, but
and
yeah,
I
when you
have
turned on your.
connected my.
Okay, there is a lot of background noise actually. No problem. Okay, so first I'll get started with my introduction. As you know, I'm Susmita
Okay.
Yadav. Okay, and I'm the founder of TSC, that is the Susmita's classes. Our institute is located in Pune, in Harapsar, and I am a soft skills trainer. I am a corporate trainer. I am also a certified POSH trainer, along with a trainer for IELTS as well as TOEFL. I do train for PTE and Duolingo as well, but I am mainly into IELTS, TOEFL, and PTE.
Okay.
Okay, Duolingo I don't suggest students a lot, and that is the reason I don't train for it much. But of course, the students, if sometimes the students give Duolingo just for the sake of it, and then they're preparing IELTS and TOEFL also along with that. So that time I then help them out a bit. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, but mainly I train for TOEFL and IELTS. But again, that is another thing that I train for all three examinations. I do not have any kind of bias that okay, you should go for TOEFL or you should go for IELTS, you should go for PTE. Usually, you will see the trainers who are training in the market. They might just train for IELTS, or they might just train for PTE, or they will just train for TOEFL. I have not found any trainer who only train for TOEFL somehow, but yes, so they have their own biases sometimes,
Yes.
that okay, you shouldn't go for any one particular test.
It
Like
does. Yeah.
they would suggest that you should go for one particular test and don't go for any other test as such. That is something that they would prescribe. Okay, they will tell you
Hmm.
the pros and cons accordingly. But as I told you, I train for all of them. I tell you, go for something that is better for you. You need to understand
Okay.
what you prefer, the way I told you in the
Right.
last session, if you remember.
Right.
Okay, I am also a speaking examiner for Cambridge examinations. So I have told you already that when Cambridge conducts the examinations, not IELTS, the other examinations which
Hmm.
exist under the umbrella of Cambridge, I am also a speaking examiner for some of them. Okay, so you already know that reading, writing, and listening are conducted on paper, but
Yes.
speaking examination is conducted live. So that's
Yeah.
where they need an examiner. Okay,
Yes.
so that's where my part comes in. Along with that, I have also done my MBA in IT. I have done my masters in TESOL, that is masters in teaching English to the speakers of other language, from a UK based institute called LTTT. Along with that, I'm also doing my MA in English currently. I'm in my second year. I'm doing it because I want to go for PhD. Somehow I don't want to do my PhD in MBA like management, because that's not
Okay.
something that interests me. I am more into English training, so I enjoy English as a language. So that is the reason I'm going through my MA again, and doing my MA in English currently. And of course, I prepare for a lot of competitive exams also. I keep giving a lot of exams. Yes. So I recently prepared for Maharashtra set examination, UGC net. I keep giving these kind of exams. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like studying somehow. Yeah. Okay, so that's a bit about me. If you have any other questions, of course, you can ask me. I am mainly from Pune. I lived in Mumbai for a few years, but I'm mainly from Pune. If you have any other questions, of course, you can ask. Overall, if I talk about my work experience, it's almost more than 8 to 9 years now. I started with various consumer-centric fields, and then I moved to education field. I worked in MIT ADT University for 3.5 years. I was innovation consultant over there. Then I moved to a coordinator profile along with.
Studied at IIT.
You were in MIT WPU. Okay, nice, nice. I was in MIT ADT, the Lodi Carborough campus, if you
Oh,
know.
yeah. I
Yeah,
had come there for that dome opening.
convocation.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually the convocation takes place in this
Yeah.
campus. Yep, because the dome is still under WPU somehow. So that's
Yeah.
something. Yep. So I worked over there. I was training for soft skills. I was training for marketing management. I was training for event management, and I also handled many events, many big events over there. The way we have a convocation ceremony, वैसे बहुत सारे events होते रहते हैं वहाँ पर. You might know that. So in 2022, I left that, and then that's when I started my institute full time. If I talk about
Oh,
my
okay.
training profile, I've been training for more than 5 years now. Started training during COVID period, but that time I was working plus taking the training. But
Okay.
later, as I said, in 2022, I left the job and I started training full time. But in between, I also got an opportunity to work in Hewlett Packard Enterprise as a corporate trainer, where I was training the candidates. I was interviewing the candidates and I trained them when they were on board and made sure that everything was going well in the company. Okay, from soft skills perspective. And even now, I do some freelancing projects where I take up corporate projects or I take up
Okay.
uh, screening projects where we have to interview candidates to make sure that they are eligible for the global profiles. So that is something that I still do. That's why you don't find me easily on a call because whenever I'm
Okay.
not training, I am doing some kind of a project which are not
Oh,
official,
okay.
so I cannot disclose as such. But yeah, that's why. And of course, बीच में जो भी time मिलता है वो खाना खाने में और बाकी काम करने में चला जाता है. So that's the thing. I'm easily available on message. Of course, that's something.
Like
Uh,
2 days back, I had also spoken with two other tutors,
okay.
but then I found that you could be the right person. But I think
Thank you.
in between one day we didn't talk. Like I tried calling you, but you were busy and we
Yes.
couldn't talk. Then I
Yes.
was like, I have already said no to this too, and now will I again have to start from scratch, find some few?
राइट 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 नहीं वही होता है कि काम चालू रहता है ना ट्रेनिंग्स रहते हैं फिर उसके बीच में फिर आई जस्ट मैसेज एंड कमिट माई टाइम तो काउंसलिंग लेने के लिए मेरे पास टाइम ही नहीं बचता है सो दैट इज़ वाई आई डायरेक्टली से लाइक अटेंड द सेशन that's why my YouTube videos are put up. Go through the YouTube videos, directly contact me. I don't have that much bandwidth that okay I can sit with you, I can convince you. वो मेरे पास bandwidth है ही नहीं उतना कि usually what trainers do is they get you for a demo, then they ask you कि okay
Yes, yes, yes,
they try to convince you कि ये करो वो करो, this is how I will help you.
yes.
And like you see my training, it's there on YouTube. You'll find my actual sessions. I record the way I take the sessions. I don't put up recorded sessions. मेरे इसमें recorded
Okay,
sessions कोई भी नहीं है. Live वाले मैं upload कर देती हूँ.
okay,
So just go through it. You will see how I take the live sessions. If you feel we resonate, then you can just contact me and I can help you out with it. If you feel that it does not resonate, then of course there are other
yeah,
trainers in the market who can help you. But I don't believe in commercialization of education field. That is something that again I do not like somehow. In the field, but that is something that I don't like somehow. So that's another thing. जैसे मैंने उस दिन अपने कॉल पे कनेक्ट किया, I told you, see Nachiket, this is the difference. If you go for this will be better for you.
yeah,
There are high chances of you getting the desired score, not you wasting the money. So I
yeah,
can just tell you what works best for you. Of course, at the
yeah,
end, the decision is yours.
yeah,
Correct?
right.
Whether you take that decision or don't take that decision, I am going to help you out the way I can.
Yes,
Correct?
right.
That's what I believe in. Okay, so that's a bit about me. If you want to know more about me, you can go through my LinkedIn profile and
Yeah,
Instagram
sure.
profile. My Instagram profile is not very updated because I'm not very techno savvy somehow. Yeah, but my LinkedIn is up to date, so you can go through that. You'll find all the
Yeah, sure.
details. Yeah. Okay, so to talk about the TOEFL IBT test, just give me 1 second, okay? I'm just
Yeah,
finishing
sure.
my coffee. Yeah. Yep. To tell you about the TOEFL IBT test, as I told you, the test is called Test of English as a foreign language. So for us, English is not our first language, correct? It's a
Yeah.
foreign language for us. So to understand whether you will be able to cope up after moving abroad, that is the reason the universities most of times ask you to give some kind of English proficiency tests.
Mhm.
Now understand this, that wherever your IELTS is accepted, 99% of time even TOEFL and PTE will be accepted over there. Okay, that's what I have observed in my 5 years of training at least. Now they just want to know whether you will be able to communicate in English with them. Whenever they are teaching you anything in English, you will be able to comprehend it, you will be able to analyze it, you will be able to put forward your thoughts about the same, and whether you will be able to write the answers based on them, whether you'll be able to communicate with the professors and your peers over there. At the same time, you will be able to read the academic texts that you have. That is the
Okay.
only requirement that the university has. Of course, the requirements will vary from the university to
It's,
university. Some
yeah, right.
universities accept even 60 above score. Some universities like yours, they want 100 above score. Okay, usually 100 above score is the safe score. उससे ज़्यादा बहुत
Yes.
कम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ मांगते हैं. आईवी लीग्स वाले 110 का डिमांड रखते हैं यूजुअली. दैट्स व्हाट आई हैव सीन. But otherwise, 100 above score is a safe score for us, for visa as well as your university. Now many students have this perspective नहीं कि visa, and this does not come from students, this somehow comes from counselors, because I I pose as a fake student many times and I take counseling just to understand what's happening in the
Mhm.
market. And I have seen many counselors saying no no no, TOEFL का ना visa rejection बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, so don't give
Yeah,
TOEFL, which
I
is
have heard
not,
this.
yeah, which is not
I,
true. Yeah, tell
I
me.
with my friend, we have a small counseling firm. Like, my friend, she's very good at it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, because of her only, I also got into LSC.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So she is very good at it. So I usually help in essay writings,
Really?
and yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
We have a firm called Mindscribe.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Now we are going to register it. Register it. We haven't yet registered it. I just started it last year. So I help in like teachers in India. When
Mm-hmm.
we go to them for LOR, they
Mm-hmm.
ask us to write it, and they don't write it.
Mm-hmm.
So we help with LOR, finding universities. Like I went through a consultancy. They were forcing me to go to the colleges that they recommended because
Mm-hmm.
they have tie up. If I go there, they will
Yeah,
get
of course.
paid,
Yeah, of
and that
course.
is why they don't take fees.
Hmm.
And
Exactly.
while I wanted to apply for LSC, UCL, this top tier university in UK.
Mm-hmm.
My counselor was, no, your score is low, you won't get there. I was like, at least I'll try because if
Huh.
I'm paying I'm ready to, if my money is gone, if they reject me, then I was fine. But they're like, no, you won't get it yet. So then my friend was like, you could say apply.
Huh.
Then
Exactly.
I applied by myself. I also got waivers. I also got a scholarship of £15,000 from LSC.
Wow.
So that time I got to know like never depend on counselors.
Exactly. So that is the reason when I suggest my students, see, I also have tie-ups. I also have people who help my students with these kind of things. I tell the students, if you're not comfortable with something, directly tell them. For example, if you would have been my student and your counselor was saying कि नहीं LSC के लिए apply मत करो, you could have told her or him that I want to apply. If you
Yeah.
want to help me out, you help me out. If you don't want to help me out, I'll try it on my own. I'll sort out on my own. But that's where you can go ahead as a student and say no, I want to apply to LSC. आएगा नहीं आएगा अप्रूवल वो हम आने के
Yeah.
बाद देखेंगे. Okay, if you want to help me out, it's well and good. If you don't, it's fine. That's how it should be for us. Now
Yes.
same way when it comes to tests also, many counselors they say that okay, go ahead and give IELTS. सबसे पहले IELTS ही बोलेंगे जब English proficiency test दिखती है तब. And that is the whole issue, that people don't know about the other tests which exist, and they don't know.
I
That's
have
why, yeah, that's why they
read
feel
about
that
that.
okay, what if the credibility is not that much. But TOEFL की credibility IELTS जितनी ही है. That's another thing.
Mhm. Yeah, I
Okay.
asked my visa counselor. So she was like, if the university is accepting your scores and like minimum score what they have, if you are getting that desired score, then there is you won't face any problem for visa.
Exactly. Okay. So that's how it is. Now moving to the next part over here, we know that your English proficiency test over here has four sections, that is reading, listening, speaking and writing. Now these are called sections, sometimes these are called modules, these are called skills. So if I use these terms interchangeably, don't get confused with them.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now you have reading, listening, speaking, and writing. Your test overall is of 2 hours without any break. Okay, we say 2 hours, but it ends in 1 hour 58 to 59 minutes to be very precise. Okay, now you can give it in three ways, but somehow on paper edition is not available in India as of now.
Mhm.
You have at home edition and you have the test center edition. But test center is something that I prescribe usually, because at home edition is not accepted by all universities. That is the first thing. Another thing is you should not face any issue with your visa. That's another thing. And at home edition also requires your there are some system requirements. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
I
what you
know
will
that.
need to make sure. Yep.
I did check about that. I also asked my visa counselor. So she was like, if university is accepting the score,
Hmm.
then there won't be a problem for visa.
Okay. Now, another thing that you will need to make sure is there are no disturbances during your test. Okay,
Yes.
that is a very big thing. If the proctors observe that there is even a slight noise, if someone comes by any chance, then your
Then
test will
they
get terminated immediately. It will get submitted automatically when I say terminated, and your attempt will go waste. Your 16,900 will go waste. If you
waste.
want to reattempt, you will have to re-register for your test.
Yes.
Now usually in India what happens is our parents, our siblings, they don't understand that it's any kind of test and they are not allowed to disturb. Sometimes they just walk in, they just want something in the room, or they might think that okay, where have you gone
I'm,
for 2 hours. Yeah, so they might
I'm
just walk
planning
in.
to give exam at my friend's house. She has given GRE from home only.
Okay.
So I had only helped her to set up everything, and I know this ETS format, how the exam is a bit, because I was going to give GRE and
Okay.
I have solved their mock test, so I know how the UI of the exam and all this, and I've read
Okay.
all the instructions before also, like what all they see if you are giving your exam
Hmm.
from home.
Hmm. You need to make sure that there's no one in the room. You need to make
Yes,
sure
yes,
that there are no disturbances around you, and you'll have to make sure that you lock the room so that no one walks in, even by mistake. Okay.
yes,
Of course, you will inform everyone around you that I'm giving a test and don't walk in, but still, someone might just forget and walk in. It happens with me all the
yeah,
time. So, when I get relatives at my place, they just walk in when I'm taking the training, and our aunts and our grandmothers don't understand that we are in a session and they are not allowed to speak from
yes,
behind.
right, right, right.
So it just happens. So that's the reason I usually don't suggest the home edition. Another thing is the power cut issue. Okay, that is something that you will again need to consider. There shouldn't be any power cuts. If the power cut happens, then again
It
that
is
would be an issue.
Tuesday on that day, right?
Yes,
12.
you told me 12th, which is on
Yes,
Tuesday. Yep.
yes. Yes.
Okay, so you will need to, like,
I,
these are the things that you will need to consider before
I
registering for the
yes,
test.
I am going to book the timing, which is going to be like night 10 or 9:30.
Okay.
So there won't be anyone disturbing. There won't be power cutout. If there is a power cutout, there is a big generator, so it won't be a problem.
Yeah, and even your laptop should have. lot of power backup even if like there is any
Yeah,
fluctuation.
I'll be using a MacBook, so that would
So these are all the things that you need to keep in mind. I'm just telling
yeah.
you, you just need to keep in mind. See, I don't want you to waste your attempt. I don't want you to waste your money. That's the reason I'm highlighting everything that could
At
go
least
wrong.
I and we
Of
don't have time right now.
Yes, and of course, I know still things do go wrong at the last
Yes,
minute, but जितना मुझे पता है उतना मैं बताने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ
yes,
यार ठीक है okay so these are all the things that you need to make sure before
yes.
registering for the home test, okay, home edition. Now in your TOEFL IBT test, you know that you have integrated tasks. Now what do we mean by integrated tasks? Now this is something which is different for us than IELTS. Integrated tasks are nothing but your skills are integrated over here. The way I told you in the last session, that when you are giving your speaking test, you might get some reading passage, you might get a reading article basically over there, and a you'll get an audio also, which will be kind of a lecture or a conversation sometimes. Of course it differs from task to task, so we are going to discuss that as well in the next part, okay. So, as I said, when you are giving your speaking or writing, which are your productive skills, this is where you need to produce your language. You need to put forward your answers. You need to use your language skills, correct? So, you get your reading passage, you get your listening audio, you need to use your language skills, you need to use your paraphrasing skills, and you need to summarize whatever you have heard in the lecture and read in the passage, okay.
Okay.
So either you need to speak based on it in your speaking test, or you need to write based on it in your writing test, okay.
So, okay,
Yes. How to follow it? We are going to look at that. Don't worry about it. Every task is different, so we need to approach every task in a different way. Every task has a different format of answering in it. Okay, so we are going to look at them one by one.
okay,
I'm
ma'am.
just explaining what are integrated tasks over here so that you understand why we have it. Now, how it becomes helpful. Now, you told me that when you were giving IELTS and when you were writing the essay, that is where you like faced an issue that you were not able to formulate ideas over there. Correct. Over here, you have already been given ideas. You just need to use your language skills and put forward whatever you have, whatever you read in it or whatever you listen in it. Okay. Are you there? I lost your voice. If you can just hear me, just type in the chat box. Yeah, are you back? Okay.
Yes, my
I lost you in between,
laptop
yeah.
randomly restarted. I don't know.
That's fine, yeah. So we were just talking about what can go wrong during home edition, right?
Yes,
These are all the things that can go wrong. Yep. Okay.
I'm not going to use this laptop. I'll be using MacBook for during my exam.
Okay, then it's fine. Okay. As I was telling you about integrated
Yes,
tasks, so that's what integrated tasks are. So you told me that during your IELTS test, while writing, that's where you
Mhm.
faced issue that you were not able to come up with ideas, correct?
Mhm.
Now over here you have been given everything. You just need to use your language skills, your paraphrasing skills, and put forward the same information in your own words. Okay, now that is
Okay.
the reason it becomes a bit easier, not very easy, but a bit easier, because you don't
As
need to
compared to
use
yours.
as compared to IELTS, because
Mhm.
you don't need to use your brain a lot over here. Okay, you only
Right.
need to formulate ideas for speaking task 1 and writing task 2.
Mhm.
Okay, which is your academic discussion task, but we'll discuss about it. They are also easier, they aren't very difficult. You don't need to speak for 5 minutes or 6 minutes. You hardly need to speak for 45 seconds. It's not very hard to come up with ideas for 45 seconds, and
Yeah.
we'll discuss about that. Okay, so you
Okay.
might, when you're giving your speaking test, you might have to read, you might have to listen, and then speak in response to that. In one speaking task you only get the audio, you only get the lecture, and you speak based on the same. Okay, and your
Okay.
one writing task, you get to again read, listen, and then write in response to that particular question. Okay,
Okay.
so
Okay.
that's what we mean by integrated tasks. Now integrated tasks are a bit easier because you have everything in front of you, you just need to use your language skills. Now
Mhm.
when I say they are easier, and when I explain to you what are integrated tasks, understand this, that whenever you are giving, say if you're giving a speaking test,
Mhm.
your speaking section, your scores will only be counted in speaking section. Your scores will not be counted for reading and listening over here. Okay,
At that. Okay.
yes, in PTE somehow, when you are giving reading, and if you are reading it out aloud, then your scores are counted in reading as well as speaking. ठीक है, तो
I
यहाँ पर
was
ऐसा कुछ
thinking
नहीं है.
about PT, so most of them suggested me don't give PT. Even ChatGPT was like, don't PT. It's
Really?
not.
ChatGPT also said that. I don't know about
Yeah,
ChatGPT. Why so?
ChatGPT said that it was like it is a bit difficult, and their scoring and all is very different, and
Yes.
they are a bit strict about it.
And even the format changed in on 7th, in like 2 days back.
Oh,
So there are
okay.
some new changes. I have not started training for this new format yet,
Hmm.
but yes, there are some changes in the test format. The questions have been like there are more questions now. The thing with PTE is, the way I told you, PTE just has too many tasks. ओके,
Okay.
लाइक अगर आप रीड अलाउड का टास्क कर रहे हो तो 7 से 8 रीड अलाउड के टास्क है आपके. Okay, so
Okay.
sometimes you might get, say, 25, 30 questions just for, say, reading, just for, say, listening. So the number of tasks are a lot, and it becomes very exhaustive at the end of it. Though it's for 2 hours
Okay.
again, but still it gets very exhaustive. Okay,
Hmm.
that is the reason I don't suggest. Now, many people think that okay, PTE is easier because it does not require a lot of language skills, but understand, at the end of the day, it's an English proficiency
Yeah.
test. If your English is very poor, कोई भी टेस्ट आपको हेल्प नहीं करेगी.
Right.
ठीक है, वो पीटीई हो, डुओलिंगो हो, या फिर कोई और हो.
I have
या
given Duolingo from home,
ओके.
but the thing I didn't like about it is uh, I they like rejected my this for like 4 times.
Your
I
system,
had to attempt, yeah, not system,
then.
while the exam was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Later, after submitting the score, they were like, your eyes moved, and they said, so
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I,
Proctoring is very
I,
strict over here.
yeah, proctoring, yeah, the proctoring, and it was very hard. Like I have seen on Reddit also, like people usually suggest that don't give Duolingo until and unless you are in very like silent area,
Correct.
because they are too strict about it. They are more strict than this ETS or like what I have
Yep,
seen.
yep. Because their credibility is going down, no, day by day.
Yes.
So they have to make sure that they are taking the right measures because their
So
credibility is going down.
I like literally had to fifth time I got this score. I don't even remember. I had given it in 22. As I was planning to go to US in 23, I had received admission
Mm-hmm.
to NYU.
Okay.
I was going to go there, but later my visa got rejected. Then I couldn't go. Then I changed. Then problems started in USA.
Correct.
Then I was like, I dropped that plan and I moved to. I thought like I'll go to UK.
Okay. Hmm.
And first time when I gave IELTS, uh, my overall score was 7. In listening, I got 8. In speaking, I got 7. And in mm, reading and writing, in reading, I got 6.5. In writing, I got 6. I had good score at that time. But later, when I went on giving this exam again and again, my score went on reducing instead of
Exactly. Exactly.
increasing.
Because I told you, na, what that's what we do. We focus on one skill because we think that we have scored good in the other skill, and as we are focusing on that one skill, the other skills just deteriorate.
Same happened this time with me. I focused a lot on reading, but I
Exactly.
still got less in reading, and as compared to everything else, and I couldn't then practice anything else.
Exactly. So that's what happens when you are preparing for these tests. You just can't say, many students come to me that, ma'am, we need only help in speaking, we need only help in writing, but it does not work. You need to work on all the skills, even if you're scoring good in the other skills. That's what is
Yeah,
like
uh,
it's tell me.
usually what I saw on Superblog,
Mhm.
I spoke to like 3 4 people.
Mhm.
uh, all of them were like they would just help me with speaking and writing. They don't help in listening and reading because there is nothing to help in that, and you would have to do it on your own.
Really?
Yeah,
It is not how it works. It's not how it works. You need help with all the skills as
and
much
that
as.
is why when I
Hmm.
first spoke to you, I was like, "You'll help in everything." That is why I confirmed it.
Exactly, exactly. I don't know how the other trainers work. Like I used to do a lot of market research till last year, but this year everything has been difficult because of my family commitments also. So my market research has got a bit gone a bit down.
Okay.
So I don't know what's happening with the other trainers. What you told me, like it's something new for me again because I don't work the same way again.
Mhm.
नाउ द अदर थिंग विच आई टोल्ड यू, हाँ उसका मैंने मार्केट रिसर्च रिसेंटली किया था. एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी ने, इफ़ यू नो, हैज स्टार्टेड विद आई एल टी एस एंड टोफल ट्रेनिंग रिसेंटली, which I
IDP.
came to know. No, 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 no. IDP is into TOEFL, like IELTS training for a
Oh,
very long.
IELTS. Okay.
Ha. I can't name. It's fine. So that's why I contacted them to find out, and they had put forward that okay, they are giving free study material. So I've registered for the free study material
Mhm.
actually, and then I got their counseling call, and that's when I asked them कि okay, TOEFL का आपके पास नहीं है क्या preparation? बोले नहीं, TOEFL का ना वीज़ा रिजेक्शन बहुत ज़्यादा है. Like okay. मेरे स्टूडेंट्स तो जाके पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, उनको तो वीज़ा रिजेक्शन नहीं मिला. And you
Every
say,
time,
yeah.
every time I book IELTS, I get a call from IDP
Yeah.
like, "Do you need counseling?"
Yes.
I always tell them like, "No, I have mm, like I am about to go now." I would tell them, like,
Exactly. Still they
if
will call you
anyone
10
from your
times.
family needs help, the worst consultancy that I have found is Leap Scholar. That's the worst thing that I've seen in my life.
Okay.
Didn't help me with
Yeah.
anything.
One more student had told me the same thing.
They are very bad.
Yeah.
No use of. They said that they'll help me in IELTS. They didn't help in that. They just helped me to book the exam, which is the easiest thing. I think a kid can also do that.
Yeah, exactly. There is nothing difficult.
They didn't help me in visa, like proper preparation, US visa preparation.
Mm-hmm.
They did the universities they suggested, they were trash. Here also to NYU, I applied by myself. I got
Uh-huh.
because of me. They didn't help me with essay writing, and that is how I realized like I have good skill in essay writing. But if it's a personal essay for something, then I can write.
Hmm.
But in IELTS writing, while I'm writing on a question or something,
Yeah,
it
it's very
gets
generic.
a bit
Yep.
hard for me.
Correct. Correct. Yep. That's how things are going on right now in the market, I would say. So,
Yeah.
yep. So that's fine. Coming back to what we have over here, yeah, that's the first thing about integrated tasks. And then next, we have, as we were discussing, we have four sections. Okay, now in reading, you have two passages. Okay, you have
Okay.
overall 35 minutes to solve your reading passage. Now, of course, the time is less compared to IELTS over here for reading, but you get hardly two passages over here,
Yeah.
which are hardly against 700 words long. One more thing that you must have observed while giving the mock test is when you look at the questions and when you are trying to find the answers in the passage, they highlight the paragraph number over here.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they
Yes.
tell that like this question is for which
Yes.
paragraph.
Yes. And in your
Yeah,
actual
right.
test, your paragraph will be highlighted on the screen on the left hand side.
Okay, so
Okay.
in actual test
In
also.
the actual test, as this is a computer based test, you will be giving it on computer directly. Correct. So when you are like on that particular question, say for example they are saying according to paragraph number 2, why does the author say this? Okay,
Yeah.
so the paragraph 2 will be highlighted on the left hand side of your screen. Okay, the way you must have given it while giving that mock test on your
Yes, yes, I saw
previous
yesterday. Yeah.
profile, right? So
Yes, yes.
that's how it will be. Okay, again, when I share the TOEFL guide with you, you will be able to see how your screen looks like. We will also go through it together, so don't get confused as of now.
Yes.
So, your paragraph number gets highlighted. So, you save time in searching for your answers over here.
Yeah, in
Okay.
IELTS it wasn't
Yeah,
like that.
compared to IELTS. In IELTS, you have to keep looking for the answers everywhere.
Continuously.
Of course, there is a trick for that also. If you have solved question number 2 on, say, paragraph number 2, line 2, you should know that your question number 3 will be below that. It won't be above that. Now, not all the students know that. If they have gone through training, then only they know that. But yeah, that's how it works actually. But that's fine. Now, to
I
talk about
usually
mhm,
tackle it by while I used to
keywords.
scan it. I used to highlight the keywords
Hmm. But
where the
sometimes
not.
some keywords are there in the whole passage, so that's where it gets very
Yeah,
confusing
it's
again.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so that's another thing. So that becomes easier over here. Even for vocabulary exercises which you have, the vocabulary words are highlighted on your screen. Okay, so you don't have to keep looking for that word again. It's there in front of you, highlighted, so you know you just need to understand the meaning of it and you need to answer it. Okay, we'll look at that
Okay,
question type. Don't get confused
okay,
as
okay.
of now. Now, as I said, you have two passages over here which are hardly 700 words long, and you have 10 questions for each passage. Now, your points most of the time will be one question, 1 point. Okay, only
Yes.
for question number 10, where you are asked to select three correct options, that is where you get 2 points. So your
Okay,
each passage has 11 points attached to it. So
okay,
11 plus 11, you get 22 points, which are converted to the scale of 30.
okay.
Okay, then you have your listening passage. Your listening has three lectures and two conversations. Overall, you get 28 questions over here. Now, your three lectures will be somewhere 5 minutes to 6 minutes long. Okay, your two conversations will be say 4 minutes to 5 minutes long, sometimes 3 minutes bhi hote hai if you are lucky enough. Now, another thing over here is the way I told you about reading passages, that the passages are highlighted, your passage number, your paragraph number is highlighted over there, so it becomes easier for you. Over here in your listening, you first listen to the audio. Okay, you first
Yes.
make notes from the audio, then you start tackling the questions. So you don't need to multitask over here, you don't need to use your listening skills and your writing skills together. Okay, you just purely listen. When you're listening, you make notes. Okay, and then accordingly you will get questions. Now understand this, along with that, the questions which will come over here, they will not ask you very specific details. For example, they will not ask you पानीपत की लड़ाई कब हुई थी.
Hmm.
They will ask you पानीपत की लड़ाई क्यों हुई थी.
Ha.
Okay, so they will not ask you very minor details, they will ask you major details. Okay, so that is another thing which is kind of easy over here. And once you start giving mock tests, once we do the practice questions also, you
Mhm.
will get an idea of what type of information you should retain and what type of information is not important for us. Okay.
While solving the
Hmm.
test you also sent, and yesterday what I was solving,
Mm-hmm.
I found this a bit tricky because uh, though while the test you sent, I was taking the notes. I didn't have an idea what all should I like
Note down.
note down. Yeah,
Hmm.
I can't note down
Yeah,
every single word.
because it was new
But
for you, right? It was the first
yes.
time. Once you start attempting it, once you start giving the practice questions and the mock test, you understand what will be asked and what will not be asked. And when we go through the question types also, it will give you an idea what you should look for and what is not
Okay.
important for us. Okay. Usually what I ask my students is, whenever you feel, एक तो पहला question आता है जो कि where they ask you what was the whole conversation or what was the whole lecture about. Okay, वो question हमेशा आता ही आता है, the main topic of the lecture and main topic of the conversation. उसके अलावा whenever they are giving you lot of information in the lecture, okay, if the professor is going ahead and
Mhm.
explaining something a lot, if he or she is giving too many examples, then we should know that इस पे से कुछ तो question आएगा. If he or she is
Okay.
explaining some steps, okay,
Mhm.
then yeah, we should know that you will get a question from that again. So
Okay.
these becomes a kind of a marker for us that okay, you will get a question on this. And
Mhm.
of course there are other question types also which we'll look at. Okay, we'll
Okay.
look at together, don't get confused as of now. Now your lectures will be, your passages, even your reading passages will be from academic textbooks, okay, college level, university level
Mhm.
textbooks. Okay, the topics could vary. Now understand this, even in your listening and even in your reading, the topics might be different from your specialization. Okay, say you might come across a psychology ka topic. They don't want you to know anything about that particular topic. They will ask you question
Okay.
only based on whatever comes in your passage or in the audio. उसके
Mhm.
बाहर से कोई भी क्वेश्चन नहीं आएगा. They do not
Okay.
expect you to have any background knowledge about that topic. Okay, they do not expect you to have any kind of information about that particular topic. Whatever you listen, whatever you read, based on that you have to produce your answers. Okay, so that
Okay.
is where your skills matter. Okay, but understand this, if you know a little bit about that topic, it becomes a bit easier for you. For example, if you come across a topic or a reading passage which talks about architecture,
Mhm.
एटलीस्ट पता होना चाहिए कि आर्किटेक्चर क्या होता है. ठीक है, वो
Okay.
किस बात की स्टडी है. इफ आई से एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स, यू शुड नो
Mhm.
एटलीस्ट किस बात की वो एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स स्टडी है. व्हाट डू वी लर्न
Mhm.
अबाउट इन एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स. उतना अगर पता हो तो इट इज इजियर फॉर यू. ओके, नथिंग एल्स. या थोड़ा सा
In
जनरल नॉलेज होना
IELTS,
चाहिए.
अगर if anything listening to scientific passages
Mm-hmm.
or related to text, it
Mm-hmm.
used to be super easy for me to solve. Like
Okay.
first reading passage, I used to solve in under 10 minutes.
Hmm. Exactly,
Like
because the first one was the easiest, I told you,
yeah,
right?
the whole test I used to solve under like 30-35 minutes max.
Hmm.
But if it's something different like psychological or some other background like commerce background,
Huh.
then I would say that 60 minutes are also less for me.
Exactly, because we get stuck when we don't know about that particular topic. That is
Yes.
where we get stuck again. That's true. Okay, don't worry. I'll share a lot of handouts with you guys, so that you can practice on it
Okay.
again.
Yes.
Okay, some of the lectures for them I have already put on YouTube, so you can go through them. But if you go
I'll
through
do
those
that.
handouts, they will be like, at least you will get introduced to these
Hmm,
topics.
hmm,
Okay, so
hmm,
that
hmm.
they are not alien language to you at least. ठीक है?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as I said, your lectures will be around 5 to 6 minutes long. Now, when you come across these lectures, one more thing that you will observe is these will be very natural lectures. Okay, the way you listen to your professor in a university, that is how it is going to be. So,
Okay.
the professor might digress from the topic, the professor might use misspeaks. The professor might use false starters. Now what are this? I'll explain. ये IELTS में भी आते हैं, but I don't know if you have observed. Digress from the topic कि वो एक बात के बारे में बात करते करते वो बीच में ही दूसरे बात के बारे में बात करने लग जाएगा. Okay,
Okay.
he might just change the topic in between. Okay, for example, now the way we were talking 2 minutes back, we
Yeah.
are talking about TOEFL IBT test, but we digressed and we were talking about the education industry in general.
Yes. Yes.
Correct? So that's how it could happen in these lectures also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is where we have to be very particular about what was the main topic of the lecture. That's
Okay.
something that's where we get confused. Okay, now another thing, there might be false starters. False starters is the professor starts off, he goes back and corrects himself. Okay, so those are called false starters कि start कर दिया and वापस से start किया. And misspeaks are when you mispronounce words. We all mispronounce words, correct? So that's where we have to pay attention. Now some of the lectures could also be conversations, okay, which are not actually lectures, but the students are also asking their questions. Okay,
Okay.
so those kind of lectures can also be there. Now that is where we will have to pay attention again, and when we are making notes we will have to be careful, because what happens is, say the professor is talking about a topic and the student
Mm-hmm.
will go ahead and give his or her perspective about that topic, or say he or she might explain something and at the end ask, is this right or is this correct, or she must have
Mm-hmm.
just mentioned something which is false. Now when we are making notes, what we do is we just note it down. We don't focus on whether it's right or wrong, correct, because we don't know much about that topic. Now that's where the professor will, when he starts speaking on it, he will go ahead and correct her. So ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमने वो सुन लिया, नोट बना लिया, उसके बारे में करेक्ट किया तो हमने वो नोट नहीं किया. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए.
Yes. I made the same mistake while solving listening. Like if they are talking about something,
Hmm.
and there are three options, like MCQ option.
Hmm.
So I'm talking about the MCQ question in listening.
Hmm.
There are three sentences. So if they are talking about a color or something, there are three options. So they say mention something that is an answer,
Hmm.
but later they change it and say.
Exactly.
So when I used to listen, first time I used to make this mistake when I was doing it before,
Hmm.
that I listen. If I am seeing the question and the answer, if I listen similar to that, I
Hmm.
used to just mark it and not l-
Cross check.
give attention to the
Yeah.
further conversation.
Yes, in IELTS, distractors are very common, and that's where these
Ye-
are called
Hmm.
distractors. And
Okay.
distractors are very common. And see, key understand this. Even in this, you have keywords, तो उसमें से ही आएंगे ना. So keywords देख के अगर हम आंसर पकड़ने जाएंगे तो वो गलत हो जाता है उसी वजह से.
Yeah.
क्योंकि
Hmm.
keywords तो आएंगे ही, keywords will be the same. Okay,
Yes.
that's where we have to be specific. What the question is asking, we have to answer according to that. Okay, so if the question is asking कि पानीपत की लड़ाई कब हुई, so we have to
Okay.
answer that question. But if they ask you कि क्यों हुई, तो वो क्यों का आंसर हमें आना चाहिए.
Hmm. Bye.
ठीक है, that's where we have to focus on. And again, the lectures are supposed to distract you. That's why they put a lot of TOEFL में इतने distractors common नहीं है, but IELTS में distractors बहुत common है.
हाँ
They
बहुत ज़्यादा है.
purposely will go ahead and say, okay, my meeting is at 12, and then they will, after 2 3 minutes, they will come back and correct, I'm sorry, did I mention 12? It was actually at 11:30. So
Yeah,
वहाँ
and
पर
till then I have lost track of what I had written before,
exactly,
and
exactly.
then while I am trying to rethink that or remember that, the conversation is
Moved on to the
gone
next part.
ahead. Yeah, next part, and then the next part it goes away. Then I don't have track on that.
Exactly. So though these are English proficiency tests, but your IELTS somehow tries to gauge your aptitude also. Little bit. Okay. Zyada nahi. But little bit it tries to gauge your aptitude also, whether you're able to be on top of things or not. Okay. Because to be very frank, that's how things happen in real life.
Yeah, if
So
the thing is,
yeah.
the problem I am facing, I think it's just the exam because I've never found English this hard ever. Like first time also when I was like about to give the exam, I was like, it's just an English exam. I just want to know how the format and all is.
Yep.
It's not that hard. That's why I
Hmm.
didn't take class. My sister was like, she is in Canada. She had taken classes.
Hmm.
So she was like, take classes, take classes. I was like, no, there is no need of classes. And I scored good at that time. So
Yep.
after that, I was like, no, there is no need of classes. And I just,
Yeah, we just feel it's an English test, but it's just not
yeah.
an English test. You need to know the format, you need to know how to tackle each
Mm-hmm.
and every question. That is
Yes,
what it
yes.
is about. It's not only about English, it's the need to understand what the test is demanding from you, and every test is different. Okay,
Yes.
every test demands something different, and the way to tackle it will be different. Okay, it's not the way we have it in India. That's somehow
Yeah.
it is. Okay, so that's one thing. As I said, yeah, there will be distractors, there will be misspeaks. That's where we have to pay attention. Now, your
Okay.
conversations which are there, they will also be kind of a conversation which are campus related conversations. Say, when you go to your university, once you are in LSE, you will need
Hmm.
residential services over there. Right, so you will reach out to your residential officer. So same way over here, the student is facing some kind of issue, so he is reaching out to the residence officer over there, he's reaching out to the transport office over there, he's reaching out to the library services person over there, resource person. So that's how the conversations will be. Now, here, of course, it's important that you take notes because you have to remember everything that has been said. Not everything, but the important facts which have been
Important.
mentioned over there. But along with that, it's very important. What I suggest my students is that while you are taking notes, don't lose your attention. Make sure you are listening actively also, because if you don't listen actively, you might miss out on some important information,
Yeah.
and if you have
Right.
not taken notes for it, you will miss out on that one question over there.
Right.
So
Right.
even
Right.
if you're taking notes, make sure you pay attention. So even if you have not written it down, you should be able to answer it. Okay,
Yes.
and the audios are hardly of 5 minutes, max 5 minutes to 6 minutes. Okay, usually 3 4 minutes के ही होते हैं, but max to max कभी अगर लंबा आ गया तो 5 to 6 minutes का होता है, and you hardly get 5 questions based on it. Okay, so you should be able to answer them easily, but
Okay.
you have to pay attention and you have to make notes. When you take notes, don't go very in depth also in taking the notes. Make very brief notes and make very crisp notes. When I say crisp notes, I'm saying that those notes should be understandable to you. So even for say information, the word information, if you're just writing info, you should remember what you have written. If you're just writing ifn, it's fine as far as you understand what you have written. Okay, for the great pyramid, if you're just making a triangle, you should be able to understand what you have
Oh.
written.
Hmm.
Okay, so you can use symbols, you can use logos
Okay.
as far as you understand your notes. Okay,
Hmm.
and you are able to draw the answers from it. Clear? Why I am saying this? Because your listening skills are important not only in listening but in writing and speaking as well. So
Yes.
that's why your listening skills need to be on top of it. Okay,
Okay.
over here. Then you have overall 36 minutes to solve this listening section. Now, one more thing in listening section that you should keep in mind as you are appearing for the test immediately on Tuesday, that is when you start a listening section, it is divided into two sections further. Okay, the two sections will
Okay.
be your three lectures and two conversations. Now,
Okay.
sometimes you might get the conversations first, sometimes you might get the lectures first. It totally
Okay.
depends. Okay,
Hmm.
but once you start with one section, on screen you will see the timer of 10 minutes, and on the screen you will see the timer of 6 minutes, depending on which section you get first.
Okay.
Now understand this, though your test is of 36 minutes, to
Hmm.
answer the questions you have 16 minutes. 20 मिनट जो होते हैं ना वो तुम्हारे ऑडियो के होते हैं.
Okay.
ओके, सो ऑडियो का जो टाइम है वो काउंट नहीं होता है. व्हाई? बिकॉज द ऑडियोज कुड बी शॉर्टर, द ऑडियोज कुड बी लॉन्गर.
Yeah. Right.
Correct. So the timer for audio is not timing for audio is not counted. The timing for answering the questions is counted. So overall you have 16 minutes to answer your question.
Okay.
Okay, which is divided further into 10 minutes and 6 minutes. So when you start
Okay.
answering the questions, depending on the section which you get first, you will see the timer of 10 minutes or 6 minutes. Don't get confused, don't panic over there. This has happened with one of my student. He panicked because he saw the timer of 6 minutes when he had just started the test. Okay, so make sure you
So
remember
any
this.
can come first, and
Yeah,
depends on that the timing. They'll show the time.
exactly. But you might see 10 minutes and 6 minutes on the screen. Don't panic because of that, because it is just for one section. When you move to the next section, you will get another 10 minutes to answer. So अगर
Okay.
6
Okay.
minutes दिख रहे हैं screen पे तो panic मत हो जाओ start में ही. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. 6 minutes are just to answer your 10 questions over there. Okay, and they are more than enough. उतना टाइम नहीं लगता है क्योंकि एमसीक्यू है. नाउ रीडिंग एज वेल एज योर लिसनिंग दे आर ऑल एमसीक्यूज. यू डू नॉट हैव टू राइट योर आंसर्स एनीवेयर. सो
Okay.
योर स्पेलिंग्स गलत होने के चांसेस भी यहाँ पर नहीं है, जो कि आईएलटीएस में होता है अगेन, कि स्पेलिंग्स
Yes.
गलत हो
Yes.
गए
Yes.
या फिर सिंगुलर का प्लूरल हो गया, प्लूरल का सिंगुलर हो गया. You don't need to worry much about that over here again. Now along with that, in listening section you have to remember that, are you there? Okay, I lost you again. Are you
Hello.
back?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Where was I?
Yeah. So I was, we were talking about the IELTS thing.
Correct.
Uh, I faced a lot of problem like singular, plural.
Exactly, the
Sometimes I
spellings.
didn't write S, or sometimes when it wasn't even plural, I used to write like, uh, for example, if it's competition, I used to write competitions.
Exactly, that's a common mistake. We usually do that
And
in,
I
yeah.
never realized that I have made this
Yep.
mistake. And when I used to see the stuff for the mock test, then I have to realize, oh, I've made this mistake. Like, why is this wrong? Like this.
Exactly, that is how it is. Okay, so over
In
here
this, it's not like that.
it's not like that. Your
Okay.
answers are only MCQ based, so it becomes easier for you over here. You don't need to be particular about the spellings. Huh? One more thing which I was telling you is
Okay.
that when you're giving your listening test, pay attention to the screen also. Of course, many times some pictures will come on the screen, which are, say, your professor who is speaking, his picture will be put up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you also get some topic specific words which you might not know about. As we were discussing in the evening lecture yesterday, we were talking about a lesson which talked about hummingbirds. Okay,
Okay.
hummingbirds nests or something, parenting styles or something we were talking about. So we don't know the actual spelling of the hummingbirds, correct? उस
Mm.
टाइम पे नहीं आता था because we are in that time specific setting, correct?
Yeah, right.
So even if we know the spelling, we might not be able to remember it. So these वर्ड्स विच ऐसे टॉपिक स्पेसिफिक, या फिर थोड़े से स्पेलिंग्स डिफिकल्ट है, या फिर कोई
Mm.
प्रॉपर नाउन है, द नेम्स ऑफ द बर्ड विच वी माइट नॉट बी
Mm-hmm.
फेमिलियर विथ अगेन, they might
Mm-hmm.
come on the screen. Okay, so that's where you make note of it again, because when you come across the questions you will again come across these words, correct? So you should
Okay,
not be
okay.
confused because of the spellings. Many students get confused because of the spellings also, because of homophones. अभी hummingbirds का कभी h sound हो सकता है या फिर u sound हो सकता है, तो we might just
Yeah, right.
get confused with the spelling over there, correct? So that's where you make note of those words which come on the screen also, to make sure the spellings that you have written are correct.
Correct. Okay.
Okay, don't get confused with the homophones, especially your proper nouns. Proper nouns are the names of people, places, correct? So वो जब भी आते हैं स्क्रीन पे, make sure you note them down, don't misspell them, otherwise you'll get confused when they come in the questions. Okay, for example,
Mhm.
again, in the first mock test that you gave yesterday, transcendentalist, ये बहुत बड़ा टर्म था, करेक्ट? अगर वो लिसनिंग में आता तो you would have got
Yes, yes,
confused
yes.
with that word.
Yes.
I have had students who got confused because they came across the term transcendentalists and they don't know who are transcendentalists. What are transcendentalists? They are, it's a term for people, but वो भी बहुत लोगों को समझ में नहीं
Yeah.
आता कि it's a term for people. They just get stuck
I
on that one.
also never knew. I got to know it yesterday because it was in the reading topic,
Exactly.
and it was mentioned what they are like. Who are this?
हाँ. So when you come across these kind of words, don't get stuck. Don't limit yourself कि अरे यार मुझे तो ये पता ही नहीं है क्या है, मैं कैसे सॉल्व करूँ इसको.
Mhm.
नहीं, just do whatever you understand from that.
Okay.
Maybe that word is not important, उस word का कहीं meaning भी नहीं पूछा है कि transcendentalist क्या होते हैं करके, correct?
Mhm.
So don't get stuck because of that. And ऐसा
Okay.
word अगर listening में आता है तो उसका फिर वो screen पे spelling आ जाएगा.
Okay.
Okay, because say when I say the word transcendentalist, you might not know the exact spelling for it, correct?
Yeah.
When you hear it, because उसका spelling of course सुन के ही समझ में आ रहा है कि बहुत complex होगा.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So वो screen पे आ जाएगा. So pay attention to the screen also. Yeah, that's very very important. Now moving to the next section that we have. Next is our speaking section. Now
Yes.
in your test also, that will be the format. Okay, first you'll come across reading, then you will have listening, and then you have speaking, and then at the end you have writing. Okay, that is the same
Oh, okay.
format which is followed in your test also. Now when you come
Okay.
across your speaking test, your first task will be independent task, and the next three tasks will be integrated tasks. Okay, you have overall four tasks and you have only 16 minutes, and you have to speak only for 3 minutes 45 seconds. Okay, so
Okay.
you have to prove your speaking skills in only 3 minutes 45 seconds. Now many people might think that how, कैसे इतने कम टाइम में how do we prove our skills? But trust me, it's easier. You just need to make sure that you speak without stopping. That's the first thing, that is you
Okay.
speak fluently. Okay, you speak in a natural pace. What is a natural pace? The way I am talking right now. I'm not
Okay.
talking very fast, I'm not talking very slow.
Very
Yes,
slow.
I'm talking little slow because I'm training you right now, but if I'm
Mhm.
talking naturally, then my pace will be little faster, correct?
Okay.
So that's the pace that you will try to maintain. Along with that, your intonations are proper. Your intonations are the way your pitch goes up and down when speaking. Whenever your
I
full stops are there,
yes.
whenever your commas are there,
I face a lot of problem with intonation.
we'll work on that. Don't get worried about it. Okay. So when your full stops are there, we take a
Mhm.
stop, and when it's a positive sentence, a normal statement, our pitch goes down when it ends. Correct?
Okay.
When commas
Mhm.
are there, we take a pause again, our pitch goes down again over there. When we are asking questions, again it will depend which type of question we are asking. Based on that, our pitch will either go up or down. So
Okay.
that's something that we have to make sure about. Again, अभी यहाँ पर क्वेश्चंस हम ज़्यादा नहीं पूछते, as we are making statements, so we need to make sure that our intonations are proper for statements. So we use
Okay.
falling intonation basically. When we start the statement, our pitch is higher, then it goes lower at the end of it to show that okay, my sentence has ended over there. Now along with that, we have to make sure that we do not mispronounce any words. Okay, we have to make sure that we do not make any grammatical errors.
Okay.
Along with that, we have to make sure the topic development part, that's one of the rubric. Topic development part is that we coherently put forward the information that we want to put forward. Okay, for example, your first independent task will be something like this. Okay, what do you prefer, studying in a cafe, in a library, or at home? This will be your
Okay.
question. Okay,
Mhm.
so first thing over here, you will put forward your opinion. I prefer studying in a cafe. That's
Mhm.
your opinion. Now, based on that, you have to give examples. Okay, and once you have given examples, at the end, you will just conclude in one sentence by saying, hence, I prefer studying in a cafe.
Okay.
Okay, and your examples will also be your real life examples. For example, I went with my friends to cafe last week and we studied over there. We spent a lot of time, we got food also, and then we, of course, you'll try to make better sentences. I'm giving you only a
Yes.
brief answer over here right now.
Mhm.
And then you will say that, okay, whenever we were distracted, we made sure that we did some fun activities also. As the cafe had Uno to play over there, we played Uno for some time for refreshment, and then we got back to our studies. Okay, so you are just putting forward your information the way you talk in general. Okay, you don't need
Mhm.
to make your answers better over here. They need to be coherent enough, they need to be understandable by other person, and there shouldn't be any grammatical errors. That's
Mhm.
what we require. Okay, now, of course, the topic, depending on the topic, your answers will change. Now, usually for
Yes.
task number one, I usually say the way question is presented, your answer will change. Okay, for example, I asked you, what do you prefer? So you will say, I prefer. Okay,
Yes.
what would you like to do? तो I would like to do. वैसे करके आंसर चेंज होगा. Which one do you like better? Studying in a cafe or studying at home? So you will say I like
Just a
bet.
second. Just a second.
Sure.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
So the way your question is presented, that is how you will modify your answer over here basically. Okay,
Okay.
and of course the format that you're supposed to follow, I'll be sharing that format also with you, so don't
Okay.
get
Okay.
confused with that as of now. Once we come to the speaking section, we'll discuss about it. Okay,
Okay.
then come your integrated tasks. Now your integrated tasks are of three types. Okay, over here, the second integrated
Mhm.
task that you have, sorry, the first integrated task that you have over here will be a conversation.
Okay.
Okay, where two students will be conversing based on a university notification that they have received. Okay, now we
Okay.
know that university notification is most of the times about, say, either they are doing infrastructure changes, or there are some changes in the fee structure, or there are some changes
Mhm.
in the management. Correct?
Okay.
Based on that, they will put forward a notification. Correct? Now,
Okay.
the based on this notification, which is very short, they give you 45
Mhm.
seconds to read it, depending on how, the length of it. Basically, they'll give you a timing. Based on that, two students will be discussing. Now, when the two students will discuss, usually one student will have very strong opinion about that notification. When I say strong opinion, that means he or she will oppose that notification by
Okay.
saying, okay, the fees is increasing again. Last year only it had increased. We are already managing two part-time jobs to pay this fees. How are we supposed to
Okay. Mhm.
manage now? Already the ratio to teachers to students is not the way it should be. We don't have enough classrooms. Such kind of opinions could be put forward by that student. Okay,
Right.
and the other student will either agree with her or be okay with the university notification, or might not have very strong opinions. Okay,
Okay.
now when you make notes, you will note down both the perspectives. दोनों स्टूडेंट्स के आप पर्सपेक्टिव लिख के
Mhm.
निकालोगे. बट यूजुअली क्वेश्चन लाइक पैटर्न जो देखा गया है अभी तक का, यूजुअली क्वेश्चन आएगा वो स्टूडेंट के बारे में जिसका स्ट्रॉन्ग ओपिनियन था. Okay, you will have to note
Okay.
down her examples also, the examples that she puts forward, because वो भी आते हैं क्वेश्चन में. Okay, and
Okay.
you will be given some preparation time of 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then you will be asked to speak on it for 60 seconds. Okay, you will either say the student, the female
Okay.
student, or you will say the speaker, the female speaker.
Okay.
Okay, then after that, your task number 3 will be where your you will get a reading passage basically. Again, it will be kind of, say, three paragraphs long, where you will get around 3 minutes to read on it, and based on that you will listen to a lecture. Now same format goes
Okay.
for our writing task also, which is our integrated writing task. Now you
Okay.
might know, or if you have ever observed in universities, whenever you read something, whenever you follow any reference books, okay, your
Mhm.
professor, whenever he or she is teaching, he or she will have very strong opinions about the points put forward in those articles or the chapters. Okay, for example,
Okay.
say you are
Yeah,
reading
right.
about Darwin's evolution theory. Okay, हम उसके बारे में रीड
Mhm.
करेंगे एंड विल बी लाइक, ओके, डार्विन हैज पुट फॉरवर्ड दीज थियोरीज व्हिच आर अबाउट
So,
एवोल्यूशन, एंड ही सीज दैट ओके वी इवॉल्व फ्रॉम monkeys and blah blah blah. Okay, but when your professor is teaching the same thing, he or she will be like, okay, the reading passage says that Darwin told us about the evolution theory, that we are descendants of monkeys, but where are the
so,
proofs, where are the examples, where are the skeletons, right?
mhm.
ऐसे करके वो अपोज करेंगे उस चीज को. Correct. So
Right,
that is how
right.
your lectures will be over here. Whatever you read in the passage, in the reading passage, उसके अपोज में थोड़ा सा हमेशा lecture रहेगा. This goes for your speaking task as well as writing task. Okay, now your task is to note down those points which are in oppose and summarize them. Okay,
For speaking as well.
for speaking and writing both over here.
Okay, okay.
Okay, now when you do this for speaking, somehow your reading passage will not come on the screen again. Okay, but
Uh,
for writing, your
okay,
reading passage will come on the screen again. ऑडियो ऑफ कोर्स एक ही बार सुनने मिलेगा, ठीक है,
okay,
बट राइटिंग में रीडिंग पैसेज वापस स्क्रीन पे आ जाएगा, सो यू कैन रिफर टू इट. बट फॉर स्पीकिंग यू विल नीड टू मेक श्योर दैट यू मेक नोट्स व्हेन इट comes on the screen, so that you know what are the points which are opposed. Okay.
okay, okay,
Hmm.
okay,
And you will need to put forward those oppositions what are being put forward.
okay.
Okay, that is something that you need to be sure. Then your speaking task, last speaking task, which is number 4, is only a lecture. Okay, where you will only listen to a lecture. Now usually the question is that they will ask you the definition of the topic being mentioned in the lecture and the examples which the professor has put forward in the lecture. So you will need to make notes of the examples and the topic definition also.
Okay.
Okay, that is something that you will have to be careful with over here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So there won't be a task with like IELTS, like they would give you a topic to talk and you have to talk on that.
नहीं, वो जो स्पीकिंग टास्क 1 है वहीं पर है, वेयर दे आस्क यू द क्वेश्चन व्हाट डू यू प्रेफर. तो यूजुअली प्रेफरेंस बेस्ड क्वेश्चन रहता है, वेयर यू हैव
Okay,
टू ड्रॉ एग्जांपल्स फ्रॉम योर रियल लाइफ. Okay,
okay,
you
okay,
don't have to talk about, say, cold war, or what do you think about cold war, or what do you think about
okay.
what do you think about whether you should put your
Uh,
parents in old age home or not. उसके बारे में
till
नहीं
now,
आएगा.
I have given IELTS, I guess, 4 times,
Hmm.
and every time the speaking topic for me is either about my city or public transport
Mm-hmm.
uh, or my hometown or rural and urban area.
Uh-huh.
Only these three, four
These are the
topics,
most
they
common
just
topics, yes.
revolve around.
Yes, these are the
But
most
still,
common topics.
if we are talking about it right now, I can talk. But if the examiner is in front of me, and if I am having that exam pressure, then my thoughts and my lips, they don't match.
Exactly. Because I told you now, the way the examiners are trained over there, it's a bit different. The examiners cannot give any kind of facial cues. They cannot give you any kind of gestures. They cannot give you any kind of like वो हम जैसे आंसर सुनते हैं हूँ बोलते हैं ना, तो वो हूँ भी नहीं
Mm.
अलाउड होता है. Now we
Oh,
as human beings are very accustomed to these kind of gestures, and when we don't get those gestures we feel restless. Okay,
yeah,
and
and
that's where our answers go wrong.
mhm. Okay. This when I gave it second and third time, I had now first time when I gave it was in person
Hmm.
in 22.
Hmm.
I mean, it wasn't online. There was LED sitting in front of me,
Okay.
and that was the easiest thing for me at that
Hmm.
time to answer. Like it was natural for me. Next time when I gave it second time because the score expired, so I had to give it again after
Hmm.
like 2 now in 24 October 2024. So I at that time I got to know that now they have shifted it on Zoom. It's a Zoom call
Correct.
and on that. So that lady, I found her rude.
Huh.
Next time also when I gave it third time last month in June.
Hmm.
That time also it was the same lady. That time also I just saw her and I was like, no way. And then I fumbled.
Okay. Now that's the
Uh,
thing. They are not rude. They are just not allowed to give any kind of facial expressions. वो हंस भी नहीं सकते हैं.
but this time the one I had, the latest one,
हाँ.
she was smiling and she was being nice to
Okay. But yeah, that's how it is because the video is on over there. It's being recorded. They are not allowed to give any
recorded, yeah.
gestures. They are not allowed to give any facial expressions. Smile, वो भी थोड़ा सा smile चलता है, but they cannot give you any kind of cue as such. Then along with that we have a manual which we have to follow. उस manual के अलावा हम एक word भी उसके बाहर का नहीं बोल सकते हैं. तो ये
Okay.
बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है. You only know when you are the examiner. Okay.
Okay.
Now of course IELTS के लिए इससे और you know strong होगा सब कुछ, but that's how it is for my exams which I conduct at
Okay.
least. And along with that what happens is as we don't get these cues, we don't get these natural gestures, we then become very uptight and then we feel कि examiner को मेरा आंसर पसंद नहीं आया, उसको समझ में नहीं आया. मैंने स्टूडेंट से दिस ऑल्सो कि मैं क्या बोल रहा था वो उनको समझ में ही नहीं आया, इसके लिए उन्होंने
Yeah,
आंसर.
because when I had seen videos of speaking and all, always I have seen lots of videos. I forgot there's a page called something IELTS Advantage. Yeah,
It's very nice channel.
yeah. I have watched lots of. That guy, he always used to say, Chris. He used to say that smile while you were talking. So
हाँ.
I used to be like, I am smiling, I am talking. Why isn't the person sitting in front of me
Exactly.
reacting?
Exactly. So हमें
So
लगता है
that
कि वो एग्जामिनर रूड
makes
है
more
करके.
pressure. Yeah.
या दैट्स व्हाट. तो हमें लगता है कि वो एग्जामिनर रूड है करके. वो एग्जामिनर रूड नहीं होते बिकॉज दैट्स हाउ
Okay.
दैट्स
Okay.
हाउ दे आल्सो हैव अ हैमर ऑन देयर हेड व्हिच दे कांट they can't take risks
Okay.
with. Because say if I smile it might change your response. Okay, so
Yeah.
there shouldn't be any kind of biases towards your response. Okay, that's the thing that is told to us.
Yeah. Because what I think is if someone is being nice or smiling, that would make me more confident that
Exactly.
I am going in the right way. If the person in front of me is not
Exactly.
reacting, then I'm pressurized that maybe something is wrong.
Exactly. They cannot give you any cues also, they cannot give you any hints
हम्म,
also. जो भी जितना भी मैनुअल में है उतना ही फॉलो करना होता है. अगर कुछ समझ
Okay.
में नहीं आया, अगर आप रेपिटेशन भी पूछते हो, they will repeat the same line just like a robot. Okay.
Yes.
That's how it is. Along with that many students feel कि नहीं like many trainers say this. Okay, students नहीं feel, trainers say this क्योंकि तुम्हारा नंबर अगर एंड में आया ना तो मतलब तुम तो गए, वो टीचर वो एग्जामिनर एकदम थक चुका होगा, ये होगा वो होगा. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं होता है. ओके गाइस. So it's not that way, just because the examiner is tired, or just because
Mhm.
the examiner is, वो घर के biases लेके नहीं आते हैं, ठीक है. Many trainers like
Mhm.
explain it in a wrong way, and I do not like it, me being an examiner again, that okay, अगर आपका एग्जाम एंड ऑफ द डे में है ना, मतलब हो गया, वो एग्जामिनर थक चुका होगा, शी विल नॉट लिसन टू योर रिस्पॉन्स, देर आर हाई चांसेस ऑफ यू गेटिंग अ बैड स्कोर एंड एवरीथिंग. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. कैलिब्रेशंस होते हैं, बेंचमार्क्स होते हैं, एंड इवन इफ यू कम अक्रॉस 100 responses as an examiner, your score is
Mhm.
not going to change. Okay, if
Okay,
your English is good, it's good. If your English is not good, it's not good.
not good.
Because
Okay.
even when I take interviews, I take 25 30 interviews in a day. If the
Oh,
candidate
okay,
is
that's a
good,
lot.
yeah. If the candidate is good, he is good. If he is not good, he is not good.
Yeah, right.
Whether I'm taking the session at the, like if I'm taking the interview at the start of the day, whether I'm taking the interview at the end of the day,
End of the day.
it will not change. Okay, and many times these are checked by other people also. There is a calibration done. Okay, so ऐसा नहीं होता कि वो एक ही
Mhm.
एग्जामिनर चेक करता है, ऐसा नहीं होता है बहुत बारी.
Mhm.
ठीक है.
Right.
So all these are kind of things which are spread by trainers who don't know how things work internally. Okay,
Yeah, right, right,
so
right.
that's why I try to change it a bit, that I try to educate my students कि ऐसा नहीं होता है. When you prescribe something to your peers, make sure they know these things again.
Yeah, right.
ओके, दीज आर जस्ट रूमर्स. हाँ, बहुत कम बार होता है कि हो सकते हैं बायसेस किसी के, द वे इट हैपन्स विद टीचर्स, डॉक्टर्स एंड अदर प्रोफेशंस.
Yeah.
Maybe you might get 1 out of 10 like that, but again, it does not happen every time.
Hmm.
ओके, जस्ट बिकॉज, एंड बहुत जनों को ऐसा भी लगता है ना कि शी वॉज रूड बिकॉज शायद उसका ना हस्बैंड के साथ में झगड़ा होके आई होगी वो. ऐसा नहीं होता है. ओके, या, वी आर ट्रेन्ड इन अ वे दैट ऑल दीज बायसेस आर केप्ट असाइड बिफोर वी एंटर द टेस्ट सेंटर एज एन एग्जामिनर ऑल्सो. ठीक है. सो होते हैं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है. सो ऑल दीज आर जस्ट ह्यूमर्स, दीज आर नॉट ट्रू.
Yeah, right. Mhm.
Okay, moving to the writing tasks. Over here, you have only
Writing.
two writing tasks, and you get overall 29 minutes. For the first task, which is your integrated task, you get 20 minutes to
Hmm.
write. Okay, now here you have to write only 150 to 225 words. Okay, you have to type it out. Now
150. Okay.
150 to
Okay.
225 words, but you can write more. You can go to 250 words, you can go to 300 words also, if your typing speed is good. Now
Okay.
you will, here as it is an integrated task, you will write based on what you read and listen to. Correct. Now
Okay.
usually, as I said, over here the points which will be in reading passage and your audio will be opposing points. Correct.
Yes, I noticed that yesterday when I
Yes,
was solving. The one thing was about uh, self-driven cars, how like they are useful or they are making
exactly.
our working, and other was like the audio was opposing it.
Exactly. That is how it will be. And if you observe more in that, there will be usually 3 points that they put forward. Okay. For example, 1 point hoga, then second point hoga, then third point hoga. That is how it will be in the passage
So,
also and in the audio also.
when we are writing, are we so we are supposed to mention all the details like
Yes.
advantages and disadvantages, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You are supposed to compare. It's kind of an analysis that you're doing of the reading passage as well as the audio. Okay, so
Okay.
as they are put forward in 3 points, you will divide it into 3 paragraphs. Okay,
Okay.
so first, of course, just like an essay, the way we write an essay,
Introduction.
there will be an introduction paragraph where you will put forward what
Hmm.
the lecture and the reading passage are mainly about.
Okay.
ओके, वो हो गया हमारा इंट्रोडक्शन वाला
Hmm.
पैराग्राफ, जहाँ पर हमने मेन टॉपिक पुट फॉरवर्ड कर दिया. इट कुड बी एज ब्रीफ
Hmm.
एज 1 लाइन.
All right.
Okay, but you need to make sure that you put forward in 1 paragraph. Okay, then
Okay.
the next paragraph is where your main essay will start, where you will put forward the first point which has been presented in the reading passage, and what points the lecturer opposes to them.
Okay.
Okay, वो हो गया बॉडी पैराग्राफ 1. पॉइंट वन हमने वहाँ पर कवर कर लिया. देन आता है बॉडी पैराग्राफ टू, वेर वी पुट फॉरवर्ड द सेकेंड पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम द रीडिंग पैसेज एंड द ऑडियो अगेन.
Audio.
Okay, as I told you, the reading passage will be there on the screen again when you are doing this task. Okay,
Okay.
then same
Fourth.
goes for the third point,
Okay.
fourth paragraph, where you will put forward your third point. Okay, body
Okay.
paragraph 3 बोलते हैं हम उसको ना. तो बॉडी पैराग्राफ 3 में आप थर्ड पॉइंट पुट फॉरवर्ड करोगे, व्हाट इज बीइंग मेंशन इन द रीडिंग पैसेज एंड
Hmm.
योर ऑडियो.
Last.
ओके,
Hmm.
एंड लास्ट में होगा कंक्लूजन.
Conclusion. Okay.
Again, one sentence conclusion is also fine, but it should be there. So overall
Okay.
5 paragraphs, 3 main paragraphs, 1 introduction paragraph and 1 conclusion paragraph. Okay,
Okay.
the way we
Okay.
write an essay. But here the paragraph, body paragraph are a bit bigger, and your introduction and conclusion paragraphs can be shorter,
Small. Hmm.
smaller, shorter. Okay, now uh, when you are writing, again you will need to make sure that there are no typos, there are no punctuation errors, there are no
Okay.
grammatical errors, there are no misspellings happening, and along with that, whatever you're trying to put forward, the other person is able to read and comprehend it. Okay, so usually I suggest that if you have 20 minutes to write, you should spend 2 minutes in the start to outline. ओके, जो हमें पॉइंट्स पुट फॉरवर्ड करने ना, वो 3 मेन पॉइंट्स,
Okay.
वो हमने क्विकली फर्स्ट 2 मिनट्स में आउटलाइन
Hmm.
करके लेने चाहिए. ठीक है, फ्रॉम द रीडिंग
Okay.
पैसेज एंड फ्रॉम द ऑडियो यू गेट अ स्क्रैच पेपर. ठीक है, now you
Hmm.
will use that scratch paper and you will put forward those points, and then you start writing. Now you should
Okay.
spend 10 to 12 minutes in typing it out. Okay,
Okay.
if your spelling is good and your typing speed is good. Okay, say if you write 250 words, now you know that you have 3-4 minutes left with you. Your first thing should be that you proofread everything.
Everything. Yeah,
Okay,
because I do need it because I sometimes make like I make mistakes while typing.
exactly, so that's the reason I say keep 5 minutes. Then if you feel that you have lot of you make lot of typing errors,
Hmm.
okay, or spelling errors, so keep 5 minutes. Make sure that you have uh, spelled everything correctly, punctuations
Okay.
correct hai.
Hmm.
Main thing is you will make sure there are no grammatical errors. Okay, so you will reread it,
Okay.
you will see there are no grammatical errors. Isका R का is नहीं हुआ है ना.
Hmm.
ठीक है, वो देख लोगे. And say say you are writing and you have lost track of time, you have only 2 minutes left. Okay, 18
Hmm.
minutes up हो चुके हैं. Your first task over there should be, instead of trying to write 300 words and trying to complete your conclusion skip भी हो गया ना तो भी चलेगा, बट अगर errors है ना तो वो नहीं चलेगा. ठीक है, तो
Okay.
पहले errors correct कर लो and then keep on adding after that. Okay,
Okay.
because as soon as the timer is up it gets auto submitted.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so
What
incomplete नहीं होना
what
चाहिए.
if
hmm, what
what if I write a paragraph and proofread it or and then
you will
again I write
spend a lot of time.
a lot of time.
तो वो
Okay.
इनकम्प्लीट भी नहीं रहना चाहिए ना, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि 2 पॉइंट्स लिखे हुए थर्ड पॉइंट हमारा बच गया. That's where we
Hmm.
have to make sure that we put forward all the 3 points from listening, all the 3 points from reading passage also. ठीक है,
Okay. Okay.
that is the main thing, along with no grammatical errors, no punctuation errors, no spelling errors. These are the 3 main things that we have to be sure about. ठीक है,
Okay.
टाइपोस फिर भी एकदम छोटे छोटे मिसस्पेल्स होते हैं ना तो चल जाते हैं यहाँ पर टोफिल में. टोफिल इज
Okay.
नॉट वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट अबाउट स्कोरिंग. Okay, because in
Okay.
natural language also we do kind of do capitalization mistakes, misspellings,
Yeah.
typo errors, ये सब कुछ होता है, but
Can I
हम,
also make notes while the audio is playing?
yes you can make notes. You can make
Okay.
notes whenever the audio is being played. You get a scratch paper. अभी home
Okay.
edition का मुझे इतना नहीं पता है, but you can maybe sit with the scratch paper then.
Okay.
ठीक है, when you go to the test center you get a scratch paper and a pencil from them.
Okay.
ठीक है, सो यू कैन मेक नोट्स. रीडिंग से भी कर सकते हो, लिसनिंग से भी कर सकते हो, बट रीडिंग का यूजुअली यहाँ पर कोई नहीं करता है बिकॉज रीडिंग वापस आता है ना स्क्रीन पे, उस वजह से.
Right.
ठीक है, फिर आता है हमारा, हाँ ये मेन हो गया पॉइंट्स. सो एज आई सेड वी हैव टू मेक श्योर यू हैव मेंशन ऑल द 3 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम द रीडिंग पैसेज, ऑल द 3 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम द लिसनिंग. audio. Okay.
And once the audio is completed, I can't listen to it again, right?
No, no.
Okay.
You get to listen to it only once.
Once.
Okay. Same goes for speaking. You get to record only once.
Once.
Okay. Whatever is recorded, recorded.
Okay.
ठीक है. Now that is something. Of course, we'll discuss about it in depth again. Now another thing in writing task 1, you have to make sure that the terms that you use are terms for reading passage mainly are the reading passage, the author, or the writer. You will
I
not
didn't get
just
you.
say the reading. अभी तुम रीडिंग पैसेज के बारे में बात कर रहे हो बराबर मतलब
Mm-hmm.
तुम्हारे पास essay में तो the terms that you will use to refer to the reading passage will
Oh,
be the
okay.
author, the
Mm-hmm.
author says, the author mentions, or the
Okay.
writer mentions.
Okay.
Okay, or you will say the reading passage mentions. But your first
Okay.
priority words should be, or priority terms should be, the author, the writer. एंड
Right.
लास्ट के
Okay.
पैराग्राफ में फिर तुम मेंशन कर सकते हो द रीडिंग पैसेज और यू कैन रिपीट द वर्ड ऑथर आल्सो.
Okay.
ओके. व्हेन यू आर रेफरिंग टू द द लेक्चर you
Okay.
will say, you will not say the word audio. ठीक है. You will say
Mm-hmm.
the professor, the lecturer, or the speaker,
Okay.
और मैक्स टू मैक्स यू कैन से द लिसनिंग पैसेज.
Oh, okay.
ठीक है. बट ये
Okay.
ती टर्म्स, तीन पैराग्राफ के लिए 3 टर्म्स काफ़ी है. ठीक है. सो द
Okay.
प्रोफेसर, द लेक्चरर एंड द स्पीकर,
Mm-hmm.
ये टर्म्स हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं. दीज आर द बेस्ट टर्म्स. Of course, if you
Okay.
use other terms, you're not going to get negative marking, but these are the best terms to think about. Okay?
Okay. Also, are there penalties for words if they are repeated a
No,
lot or something?
no,
Like there is in IELTS.
not as such. Not as such.
Okay.
As I told you ना, TOEFL जहाँ पे productive skills है ना आपके speaking and writing में, TOEFL is not very strict about that. ठीक है.
Okay.
ओनली यू शुड नॉट रिपीट वट एवर इज मैंशनड इन द, लाइक रिपीट मतलब क्या
Uh,
बोल रही हूँ मैं, रीड आउट नहीं कर सकते हम. जो जैसे
हाँ हाँ
पैसेज दे
सेम
दिया है वो एज इट इज कॉपी पेस्ट नहीं कर
वैसा
सकते.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
ठीक है. यू विल हैव टू पैराफ्रेज, यू विल हैव टू रीफ्रेज, यू कैन यूज सिनोनिम्स, यू कैन यूज एंटोनिम्स एंड यू कैन पुट फॉरवर्ड द सेम इंफॉर्मेशन.
ओके ओके
ठीक है. बट अगर कोई बात रिपीट हो रही है तो उस वजह से नेगेटिव मार्किंग नहीं होती है सच यहाँ पर.
ओके
यहाँ पर नेगेटिव मार्किंग होती ही नहीं है टू बी वेरी फ्रैंक. ठीक है.
ओके
And they are a bit lenient about the language also. It should be legible. The person should be able to read it and comprehend what you are trying to say. ठीक है. That's very important. Hmm. Then comes your academic discussion task. Now academic discussion task, the way you have given it in mock test, is kind of a forum based discussion. Okay. इंडिया में इतना नहीं होता है बट बाहर फॉरम बेस्ड डिस्कशन बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं बिकॉज द प्रोफेसर्स वांट यू टू थिंक आउट ऑफ द क्लासरूम्स, आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम्स आल्सो. Okay, so that is why they,
ओके
yeah, that is why they encourage you to have kind of a discussion on forums. So your professor, your imaginary
ओके.
professor over here, will put forward his thoughts and pose a question which is an open-ended question. Okay. Based on this, your two imaginary
Okay.
peers will have responded to it. Now usually if you observe, one will be 2 points यहाँ पर put forward किए ना, तो यहाँ पर भी एक either for होगा and एक against होगा. So two
Yes.
imaginary peers है ना, so एक for होगा और एक oppose में
Hmm.
होगा. Now as this is a discussion, we have to make sure that we take part in that discussion. Okay. So of course your first priority should be that you contribute to the discussion, you contribute to the question that the professor has asked, you put forward your opinion to it.
Good. Okay.
Okay. Then you will go ahead and agree or disagree with one of your imaginary peers. दोनों से भी कर सकते हो but at
Okay.
least one से तो करना है because it's a discussion, no?
Yeah.
That is why.
That's what I got confused while solving it. Like
Yeah, that's fine.
I was right. Like I understood the question yesterday also night from your mock test also and what I was solving yesterday.
Hmm.
I found like I saw this. It has only I think 10 minutes and I have to write.
100
at least
words.
100 words.
At
Yeah.
least 100 words. You can go
Uh,
to 120,
so
150 also.
there was uh, there was a topic on which a professor gave his say, and there were two students who one was opposing, one was. Then I was confused, like what I have to
Hmm.
say about it. Like, do I have to oppose? Do I have to mention both, or just one thing? Like,
It totally
if
depends on you. You have to put forward
okay,
your opinion first.
you're so it can be either I'm convinced with it or not convinced, or
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
And then, if you are against it and say one of your peer is for it, then you will take her or his name over there and you will say, I totally understand what Claire is saying, but what
Hmm.
about this point? So you can disagree with whatever she has said over there, but you will have to be a bit formal. You will have to be a bit respectful over there.
Okay. So
Okay.
basically, it's discussion, but only in writing.
Yes, in discussion, in
Okay.
writing. The way we do it on Twitter and Reddit
Hmm, hmm, hmm,
and
hmm.
Quora, if you know.
Yes,
But
yes,
Quora
yes,
पे
yes.
हम थोड़ा सा formal language maintain करते
हाँ,
हैं, but on other platforms we don't maintain formal
yes,
language.
yes, yes.
Here you just have to maintain a formal language. That's
Formal
the
language.
only thing that you have to be careful about.
Okay,
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 otherwise it's the
okay.
same the way we do it on Reddit or Quora
Hmm,
or Twitter.
hmm, hmm,
Okay, it's kind of a discussion which we do where the person has initiated the conversation and we are contributing to that conversation. But when we are
hmm, hmm.
contributing, we are not just putting forward our thoughts, but we are drawing something from the others'
Hmm, hmm,
thoughts
hmm, hmm.
also. Okay,
Hmm.
because it's a discussion. That's the reason. Now, two things that you need to be mindful about in your productive skills, that is in speaking and writing. Only for your speaking task 1, which is your independent task, where
Hmm.
they say that okay, what do you prefer? Okay, and your writing task 2, where you have an academic discussion task. That is
Hmm.
where you will put forward your opinions, your thoughts, okay,
Okay.
your preferences. Otherwise, wherever you have integrated tasks, where you have a reading passage or an audio, and based on that you are giving a response, you will not put forward your thoughts
Own
anywhere.
thought. Hmm, hmm.
ठीक है, you will only write purely what they have said. So मैंने जो स्पीकिंग टास्क 2 बताया जहाँ पर एक स्टूडेंट का
Hmm, hmm,
स्ट्रॉन्ग ओपिनियन होगा, आप अपना
hmm.
थॉट कहीं पर भी नहीं बताओगे क्यों आई आई एग्री विथ क्लेयर ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते हो तुम, ठीक है.
Hmm,
You
hmm,
just
hmm,
say whatever Claire said over there, ठीक है. You only say whatever the professor has said, so you will not go ahead and say okay I agree with professor, I disagree with professor. नहीं, हम नहीं
hmm.
कर
Okay.
सकते हैं वो.
Only
Okay.
I have to give thoughts, my thoughts in first speaking task
Yes, where they ask
and
you what you
second
prefer.
writing task.
Yes, again where the professor is asking you to contribute to the discussion.
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
ठीक है. जहाँ पर भी अब रीडिंग पैसेज आता है या फिर ऑडियो आता है वहाँ पर आपका ओपिनियन नहीं आएगा.
We just have to note down like what
यस,
they were talking
एग्जैक्टली
about.
एग्जैक्टली जैसे हम यूनिवर्सिटी में करते थे. यूनिवर्सिटी में
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
अगर हम इंजीनियरिंग का टॉपिक है या फिर हमारा कोई टॉपिक है, हम वहाँ पर अपने थॉट्स नहीं डालते ना.
Yeah, right.
बराबर. बट अगर हमारा ऐसे रहता है जहाँ पर ओके इंग्लिश के टीचर ने बोला है कि ओके व्हाट डू यू प्रिफर, तो वहाँ पर हम हमारे थॉट्स डालते हैं.
We put our thoughts. Yeah, right.
करेक्ट, सो दैट्स हाउ इट इज. नाउ जो मैंने आपको स्पीकिंग टास्क 1 बताया वेर यू आर आस्क्ड व्हाट डू यू प्रिफर, स्टडिंग इन अ कैफे, स्टडिंग इन अ लाइब्रेरी और स्टडिंग एट होम. नाउ व्हाट वी
Hmm.
इंडियंस यूजुअली थिंक इज कि हमें तीनों पॉइंट्स यहाँ पर कैटर करने हैं. द वे इट इज़ इन IELTS ऑल्सो व्हेन यू आर गिविंग such 3 points you have to cater to all 3 points sometimes. Now यहाँ पर ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. If you feel that
Okay.
studying in a cafe is better, just talk about studying in a cafe.
You
Don't
don't
cater
have to
to any.
mention. Hmm.
No, you don't have to mention at home का pros advantages क्या है, cons क्या है. You
Okay.
don't have to
Hmm, hmm,
mention
hmm.
library में पढ़ने के pros क्या है, cons क्या है. नहीं. Only talk. Understand this. They are just giving you a prompt to you for you to prove your English language skills.
Okay. Hmm, hmm,
Okay,
hmm.
so they are just giving you a prompt. What you're speaking should be of quality.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
that should be a quality content. That's what is important. ठीक है. पॉइंट्स थोड़े से इधर उधर भी हो गए ना, चलता है।
हाँ, ओके।
ठीक है, बट योर क्वालिटी कंटेंट शुड बी देयर। हाँ, इंटीग्रेटेड टास्क्स में जो भी मेंशन किया गया है, यू हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट यू पुट फॉरवर्ड दैट। ठीक है, बट आई एम
ओके।
टॉकिंग अबाउट द इंडिपेंडेंट टास्क्स विच आर योर एकेडमिक डिस्कशन एंड योर स्पीकिंग टास्क वन। थोड़ा सा ऑफ ट्रैक भी चलेगा तो भी चलेगा, बट मेक श्योर दैट यू आर स्पीकिंग प्रॉपरली एंड यू आर राइटिंग प्रॉपरली। इन राइटिंग, अगेन यू हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट क्या बोल रही थी मैं, हाँ, that you don't have many errors. Now I said, if you, if the task says 150 to 225 words, you can go to 250, you can go to 300 words also. And same thing for the second task also, that even if they say 100, you can go to 150 words also. You can do that only if you know there will be no grammatical errors, there will be no spelling errors,
Spelling
then
errors.
only exceed the word limit. Otherwise stick to the word limit. जितना आप
Okay.
ज़्यादा मैटर दे रहे हो करेक्ट करने के लिए, उतने
Mhm.
ज़्यादा उसमें करेक्शंस निकलेंगे if there are errors. If you feel that there are many errors, stick to the word limit. If you feel that
Okay.
your content is quality content, then you exceed the word limit, because then chances high है 5 out of 5 आने के.
Okay.
Okay, that's the reason I'm saying. Now, another thing that you need to keep in mind for speaking tasks as well as your writing tasks, your content should be in only simple present tense. Now, why I am saying this?
Hmm.
Usually, when we write or even when we are speaking, we do use a lot of mix of tenses.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Right.
in writing, usually while writing an essay, mix of tenses is not welcomed. Okay, why
Okay.
it is not welcome? Because no, हम एक सेंटेंस पास्ट टेंस में लिख रहे हैं, एक फ्यूचर में लिख रहे हैं, एक प्रेजेंट में लिख रहे हैं, तो वो थोड़ा सा ना फॉर्मल नहीं लगता,
Informal. Yeah, right.
इनफॉर्मल हो जाता है. इट डज नॉट पुट फॉरवर्ड द इंफॉर्मेशन प्रॉपरली. नाउ इंस्टेड ऑफ गोइंग फॉर मिक्सड ऑफ टेंसेस, द वे वी डू इट इन आवर everyday tasks, I would say,
Mhm.
stick to one tense, and stick to one tense which is simple present tense, so it gets easier
Okay.
for you. हमें एक ही टेंस का
Okay.
रूल याद रखना है, सारे टेंसेस के रूल्स याद रखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. अभी सिंपल
Okay.
प्रेजेंट टेंस के रूल्स थोड़े से कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, वो हम कल या परसों के सेशन में गो थ्रू करेंगे. ठीक है,
Okay.
बट आई विल
Okay.
शेयर अ
Okay.
शॉर्ट वीडियो विथ यू ऑल्सो विच इज़ देयर ऑन माई यूट्यूब. यू कैन जस्ट मेक नोट्स, सो व्हेन आई एक्सप्लेन यू नो बेटर. ओके, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड बेटर. ठीक है, सिंपल प्रेजेंट टेंस इज वेयर वी फॉलो सब्जेक्ट वर्ब ऑब्जेक्ट, आईएनजी वगैरह ये सब कुछ नहीं आता है हमारा. ठीक है, सो आई विल से द
Hmm.
प्रोफेसर मेंशंस इन द लेक्चर,
Mhm.
ऐसे करके आई एम सेइंग. सो आई एम नॉट सेइंग प्रोफेसर इज मेंशनिंग, द प्रोफेसर हैड मेंशनड, हैज मेंशनड, ये सब
Okay.
कुछ हम नहीं कर रहे हैं. वी आर जस्ट सेइंग प्रोफेसर मेंशंस that, okay, algorithm is not good, the reading passage somehow puts forward the information in a different way. So हम
Hmm.
पूरा simple present tense follow कर रहे
Hmm.
हैं. Only in speaking task 1, where you
Hmm.
have to give examples sometimes, you might need to use
Okay. Future
सिंपल
or
पास्ट टेंस, सिंपल
past.
पास्ट टेंस,
Hmm.
क्योंकि एग्जांपल्स दोगे ना रियल लाइफ से,
Simple verse.
कि
Ha
कुछ
ha.
तो हुआ है
Right.
हमारे साथ में, तो अगेन स्टिक टू सिंपल पास्ट टेंस ओवर देयर. ठीक है,
Okay.
जहाँ पर एग्जाम्पल्स देने की बात आती है. अदरवाइज सिंपल प्रेजेंट टेंस. नाउ यू माइट से क्योंकि मैं तो ऑडियो पहले सुन रहा हूँ, रीडिंग पैसेज पहले पढ़ रहा हूँ, बट फिर भी
Mhm.
मैं सिंपल प्रेजेंट टेंस यूज कर रहा हूँ. इट्स फाइन, it does not
Yeah.
matter much. We just have to stick to one tense, and
Mhm.
simple present tense is the easiest. That's why we are sticking to
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Okay, that is one thing that we have to make sure. Once you maintain this, it becomes easier to score. Okay,
Okay. Mhm.
now you might say, is mother tongue influence a problem? No, it's not a problem, because it's an English proficiency test. Mother tongue influence is not considered when you give any kind of English proficiency test, but it's good to have neutral pronunciations and
Mhm.
correct pronunciations.
The
Okay.
most basic mistake what I make is if in speaking,
Mm-hmm.
if you are asking me something, and if it is if it's a bit complicated,
Hmm.
I'll like Marathi is my mother tongue, so
Correct. Hmm.
I'll think like I don't even have to think about it to talk in Marathi.
Of course, because
So
it's a mother tongue.
असं
Yeah.
हा लगेच माझ्या डोक्यात थॉट येतो देतो मग what my brain does tries to
Translate.
translate that
Hmm.
Marathi into English.
Don't do that.
And then
No.
that my friend also told that to me that you try to do this and that is why you fumble.
Exactly. Try to make sentences directly in English. Direct method is
Hmm.
better than grammar translation method. Okay,
Yeah, right.
translation method when you're making small sentences it's easy. But when you are making
Yeah.
bigger sentences, we do incorrect word order
Yeah.
there.
Then I take a lot of pauses. Yeah.
या आणि ते चुकतं पण मग फॉर एक्झाम्पल
Oh.
मीच एक्झाम्पल देते ना इंग्लिश क्लासमध्ये माझा जो मी देते टुडे आय एम गोइंग टू द क्लास सो वी टॉक लाईक दिस इन मराठी की आज मी क्लासला चालले सेम वे विल मेक द
Oh.
सेंटेन्स इन इंग्लिश टुडे आय एम गोइंग टू द क्लास सो इट्स इनकरेक्ट बिकॉज टुडे विल नॉट कम एट द स्टार्ट इट विल कम एट द एंड आई एम गोइंग टू द क्लास टुडे
Yeah. And yeah.
सो इट बिकम्स इनकरेक्ट वर्ड ऑर्डर ठीक आहे छोटे सेंटेन्सेस असतात ना तिथे चालून जातं वेन इट कम्स टू बिगर सेंटेन्सेस इज वेअर वी फंबल okay so that
Okay.
is why direct method is the best method so over here you don't have to use your head a lot in speaking because I'll be sharing the format with you guys with you where
Okay.
which you can follow but understand this when I give you the format you can't follow it word to word okay templates they are called templates you can't follow the templates word to word because your
Okay.
responses over here are checked by humans plus AI
Okay.
even if humans don't come to know that you are using templates AI comes to
For
know
sure.
that
Come to so
it's
yeah.
a template okay now that is why some people talk about IELTS क्योंकि IELTS में AI raters नहीं है only human raters are there and so there are chances of errors also but AI will not make any errors that is
But
why when I
in IELTS, I think reading on English is sorry, reading and listening is checked by their
AI basically
software
they are
only. Yeah.
MCQs ना so
हाँ.
आंसर्स डाले हुए रहते हैं वो तो कोई भी चेक कर सकता है गूगल फॉर्म में भी मैंने
Okay.
आंसर्स डाले हुए हैं तो मैं क्या उसको AI बोल दूँ क्या
Uh,
so now the AI term is very overrated okay now everywhere people want to use AI so वो थोड़ा सा
it's
ना एक ये हो गया कि AI हमने टर्म सुन लिया तो हमें लगता है कि ओके वो टॉप क्लास है सब कुछ इट्स नॉट द ट्रुथ ओके
I find it a bad thing because I in between I used to like I depended a lot on ChatGPT a lot.
ओके
I I just deleted it from my phone after that
ओके दैट्स अ गुड
because
थिंग
if because I was like if I want to use it I will just use it for my academic purpose and only
हम्म
on my laptop.
एग्जैक्टली मैंने पीपल इवन पीपल सजेस्ट टू मी ऑल्सो कि कुछ तो चीज़ गूगल करनी है और चैट जीपीटी को पूछ लिया हमने गूगल है ना
No,
चैट जीपीटी को क्यों
हाँ,
पूछना है मतलब चैट जीपीटी
it's
इज
not
सपोज टू बी फॉर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड
nice.
स्टफ चैट जीपीटी इज नॉट सपोज टू बी यूज एज AI और सॉरी सॉरी क्या बोल रही हूँ मैं एज गूगल और क्या बोलते हैं फॉर राइटिंग okay many people use it only for writing chat gpt is supposed to be for complex stuff where we have to do
Yes,
kind of an analysis where we have to make some strategies now for me
yeah, right.
chat gpt helps a lot because when it comes to business strategies and everything I can converse with it I can ask how
Huh.
can I make it better
Yeah,
what are the
for
trends so
that
how
it
can
is very helpful.
huh but many people use it only for writing or only for
Yes,
googling stuff and that's where I feel that okay we are using it in a wrong way
yeah, yeah.
so I somehow disagree with that part again. Yep. Okay, like with people, not with you. So I also don't use ChatGPT a lot. I only use it whenever I want to do some kind of analysis or something where I am not able to do it. Or when I can't find something on Google easily, then I go to ChatGPT that okay, search this for me. Because Google में भी जो upper surface पे मिलता है वो अच्छा नहीं होता कभी कभी you need to go a bit deeper. For
Because
example,
what you get on Google's upper surface, that is AI as well.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
because Google has integrated, I forgot what they call their
Gemini.
AI. Ha,
Gemini.
ha. That that whenever you search anything at the start, it's that Gemini, and
Correct.
then later it's what people have uploaded.
Correct. I'm sure Gemini also gives information about me. I tried that last time. When you search my name or when you search Susmita's classes, it gives us information about the institute and everything. At least when I checked it last year, I have not tried it this year. I have not got
So
into it.
you have a proper institute in Pune.
Yes. We have a
Okay.
proper institute in Pune, but currently I'm functioning online. Most of the things are online because of all my
Okay.
family commitments and everything. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and
Okay.
because of the rainy season also, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. And of course, when it's online, you can reach out to more people.
Yeah,
Correct.
right. Yeah.
So that's what I
Eh,
mean better. But I started from Superprof. So I started from
Oh, oh,
Superprof. So my profile is still there. My profile was not updated. I updated it recently. तो मेरा पुराना फोटो पुराने सारे डिटेल्स थे तो रिसेंट में मैंने बैठ के वो चेंज किया सब कुछ
oh.
दैट्स व्हाई इट्स विजिबल ऑन टॉप नाउ या
Yeah. I read your profile and I was like, you would be helpful, and that's why I sent a request.
एग्जैक्टली एंड आफ्टर वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम आई गॉट अ रिक्वेस्ट ऑन सुपर प्रॉफ यूजुअली मुझे गूगल से ही आते हैं ज़्यादा करके बट वही सुपर प्रॉफ का प्रोफाइल अपडेटेड नहीं था उसी वजह से सारा इशू हो रहा था
Oh, oh, okay.
तो मैंने अपडेट किया तो अभी आ रहे हैं उस पे से या
Okay.
ओके that's another thing. Now, yeah, as I was telling you, now see the format that I'll be giving you, it will be helpful for you to understand how to present your answers, but you cannot copy paste everything from it. Okay, if you
Okay.
follow a template, understand this that see, you are my student, you will use that template. Hamza is also my student, he will also use the same template. Pranjali is also my student, she will also use the same template. Aarti is also my student, she will also
AI
use the
will
same
get to know,
template.
yeah.
AI will understand that it is copy
For sure,
pasted.
for sure. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly, right? So I share the format only to make you understand how your answer should be
Should be.
structured. Okay, what are the words, what are the transition words you can use, what are the cohesion words you can use? For example, the words like firstly, secondly, thirdly, then in addition, to add, moreover, however, in contrast, ये सारे वर्ड्स ना हमें स्कोर करने में हेल्प करते हैं. Okay,
Yes.
when you look at these words how they are used in a sentence, you will also be able to use them better. But if you
Yes.
copy paste it, then of course your chances go lower.
Yes.
Okay, if you use these kind of words, there are high chances of you getting 5 out of 5 in writing and
Okay.
4 out of 4 in speaking. Okay,
Okay.
but if you skip those words, even if you have put forward all the details, you might still get 4 out of 5 because वो cohesion point में थोड़ा सा lag हो जाता है वहाँ पर. Okay, so that is the reason I give you these formats, but you can't copy paste them. That's what you need to understand.
Okay.
Okay, now
Mhm.
these
Cool,
were the
cool.
most important, the main points that we had. Now over here in reading, as I told you, we have 0 to 30 ka scale. Listening, we have 0 to
Mhm.
30 ka scale. Speaking also 30.
Mhm.
Writing also 30. Overall you have 120 maximum points that you can get. Okay, as I
Okay.
said, 100 above points are safe score, is a safe score,
Okay.
and
My
25 above,
minimum score is also
100.
something like 23, 24. It's something like,
Yes,
and
so
overall they have said 100.
100,
So
so we have to
basically,
go for 25 in
whatever.
each.
So I think 105, aiming for 105
Exactly.
overall with 25 each would be a
Great,
good thing.
yes. And you can score better in reading and listening both. Okay, my students,
Okay.
you must have seen, they have also got 27, 28 in reading and listening. Okay,
Yes, yes.
because these are your रिसेप्टिव स्किल्स मतलब क्या कि यहाँ पर आपको सुनना है एंड रिस्पॉन्स देना है. यू डोंट हैव टू प्रोड्यूस द लैंग्वेज.
Yeah,
ठीक
right.
है, सो देर आर हाई चांसेस ऑफ यू स्कोरिंग बेटर ओवर योर. स्पीकिंग
Yeah,
एंड
okay.
राइटिंग इज वेयर वी नीड टू work on the format and the grammar and make sure that we get 25 out of 20, 30 again.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, that's where we need to work a bit harder. Why I'm saying it, we need to work a bit harder over here.
Hmm.
ठीक है. Now if you know, writing में you get 5 and 5 for each task, and those 5 points plus 5 points, which are 10 points, are converted to the scale of 30.
Hmm.
Okay, and then you, in speaking, you get 4 points for each task.
Hmm.
4 into 4 is 16. Those 16 points are converted to the scale of 30. Okay,
Okay.
in listening you get 28 questions. Those 28 points are converted to the scale of 30. And in reading you get 22 points. Those 22 points are converted to the scale of 30 again. ओके, वो
Okay,
कन्वर्जन
okay,
कैसे होता है उसका स्केल मेरे पास है, सो डोंट वरी अबाउट इट। व्हेन यू गिव द
okay.
मॉक टेस्ट आई विल टेल यू द एक्चुअल स्कोर्स। ओके,
All right.
don't worry about that part, you don't need to go into that as such, I am there to
Okay.
help you with that।
Okay, okay.
ठीक है, now only for speaking we need to take the help of ETS portal that we have, because we as trainers are not allowed to give you score for speaking and writing, but I can tell you what is the format that we should maintain। I cannot tell you the scores officially, okay, of course info officially,
Uh,
क्या बोल रही हूँ मैं, unofficially I'll give you the, informally I
and
will give
I
you
mean,
the
you are not
scores।
supposed to grade me.
हाँ,
Okay.
for speaking and writing, but I will still tell you कि okay this looks like a 5 scale वाला
Okay.
ऐसे, और दिस लुक्स
Okay.
लाइक अ
Okay.
5 पॉइंटर, बट मैं ऑफिशियली आपको नहीं बता सकती हूँ कि इसका 5 पॉइंट्स आपको मिलेगा करके, बिकॉज
So
वाई,
you are not allowed to.
yes as a trainer,
Okay.
why,
Okay.
again there is a reason for that, if you score 5
Okay.
over here I say कि okay
Hmm.
नचिकेत ये तो तुम्हारा 5 पॉइंट्स में आराम से तुम्हें दे दूँ, एंड एक्चुअल
Hmm.
टेस्ट में अगर तुम्हें 3 ही मिले, यू विल से सुस्मिता तुमने तो बोला था कि 5 है, मेरे
Yeah.
एसएस
Yeah.
5 लेवल के हैं, तो मुझे वहाँ पर
Yeah.
3 कैसे मिला। Okay, because the
Right.
parameters, of course we know the parameters, but how the raters check it we don't know, correct, not
Mm,
exactly। Of
yes.
course
Exactly.
I will tell you my best to make sure the points which are supposed to be considered, but we don't know what AI and the raters take into consideration, तो vary
Yeah.
हो
Right.
सकता है, right, तो as a trainer that's what we have to be uh,
Yes.
careful about, I would say।
Mhm.
ठीक है, that goes for speaking as well as writing,
Right. Hmm.
that is something that we have to be careful with। तो आई
Careful.
टेल यू कि
Of.
ओके ये पॉइंट तुमने मिस किया है, ये पॉइंट तुम ऐड कर सकते थे, तो इट कुड हैव बीन अ 5, एंड
Mhm.
मी बीइंग वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट अगर अच्छा
Mhm.
भी रहा तो भी आई विल गिव यू लॉट ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट्स इन दैट, ओके, सो डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट पॉइंट अगेन। क्लियर? Any
Okay.
questions, anything that you did not understand, any concerns as of now before we move to reading question types?
No, I did understand it.
You understood the whole test format, हम लोग
Yes.
वापस go
Yes.
through करेंगे, as we go through the question types, as we go
Mhm.
through the tips and tricks for them, we will look at the questions and the format again, ठीक है, but अभी कुछ questions है format में,
Uh, no.
are you sure?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, do you want a 5 minutes break before we move to the reading question types?
Yes.
Sure,
I'll drink water and come.
yeah, please take,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One thing I forgot to mention in speaking section, that is your speaking responses are recorded directly. Okay,
Uh,
it's not in person. Of course, you know that already, but still, let me
yes.
just
Ha, ha,
mention,
ha.
it will not be in person. It will be your responses will be recorded in the computer directly. So basically, you're speaking to the computer screen. Okay, that's what I wanted to mention. Now, again, the timer will start
Mm,
automatically.
I am
Yeah,
not
recording will start.
familiar to that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm new to it. Like, I
Yes,
have habit of speaking with in front of people
exactly.
or on Zoom call. I am not habitual to who
Correct.
like there is nothing in front of me, and so
Yes,
like what I sent you also recorded my voice. And I was a bit like, who am I talking to?
correct, correct. So that's what you will need to get a bit used to that, I would say,
Yeah.
for next 2 3 days at least. That's why the mock
Okay.
tests become helpful, that you record your responses over there, so that you
Mhm.
know that you have to record. Okay. Now another thing that I was saying, yeah, it won't be in person, as I said, it will be recorded. Okay. And your
Okay. Okay.
timer, your recording will start automatically, and your it will stop also automatically.
Okay.
Okay, so wherever it's 45 seconds, they give you say 20 seconds preparation time. There will be a kind of a small beep, and then it will start immediately.
Huh.
Okay.
Yeah, that I saw yesterday. I had a question about it.
Hmm.
Like, if I'm talking continuously,
Hmm.
and 45 seconds are over, so the timer will stop,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
So if I have not completed what I was talking, it doesn't matter, right? They just want to know
Yeah.
how I like.
Yes.
Am I able to keep the conversation or not?
Yes, but it's better that you conclude in that time, because that topic development part which I told you, it's better that you concluded in those 45 seconds or 60 seconds also. It will be better if you're able to conclude it instead of leaving it incomplete.
Okay, because in IELTS, like usually we are supposed to talk continuously for 2 minutes. The
Hmm.
second
Task.
question,
Hmm.
second task. So the examiner stops us if we are continuously talking.
Correct. यहाँ पर भी if you have not finished, the timer will get like over, and the response will get submitted automatically.
Okay,
Okay, so it will be kind of an incomplete response, nothing else.
okay.
You will
Oh,
not
okay.
get
But
marked negatively because of it, but you might lose out on topic development part. तो वो थोड़ा हम rubrics go through करेंगे, तब आप समझ जाओगे better.
okay, okay, no
ठीक
problem.
है, but there's no negative marking, you won't lose out much on in that part, but it's better to conclude. ठीक है, instead of leaving it incomplete, I
Okay,
would
okay.
say. Yeah, that's something that I suggest usually. Again, the way I said, TOEFL is not very strict about these things. Somehow I am strict about these things, so that's why I highlight and say, okay, TOEFL is kind of lenient with that part. Even if your
Oh,
response is
okay,
good and it's incomplete, they will still give you good score if the response was
okay,
of quality content, I would say.
okay, okay.
Okay,
Hmm.
clear?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, not
Okay,
as well.
great. Let us move to the reading question types that we have now. Okay, now,
Okay.
yes, reading has different question types that we need to understand. The way you have it in listening also, sorry, in IELTS also, true and false questions, matching information questions, correct?
Mhm.
तो यहाँ पर भी हमारे कुछ क्वेश्चन टाइप्स होते हैं, एंड वो क्वेश्चन टाइप्स के हिसाब से वी आर एबल टू फाइंड द आंसर्स. Okay,
Okay. Hmm.
now we already know that we have two passages and 10 questions per passage. We have 35 minutes for the overall section, correct?
Okay.
We know that. And the passages which we get are university level textbooks passages. Okay, they can be
Hmm.
from various disciplines or various topics. The topics, they don't expect you to know about these topics. Whatever will be asked will be from the passage itself,
Passive.
correct?
Mhm.
Now, I have already told you the passages will be approximately 700 words long, and you do not need to be familiar with the subject material. Some passages could be narrative passages where they put forward a description of an event or some kind of a historical event or say a
Hmm.
biographical topic. They're talking about say one particular person as such.
Hmm.
Some passages could be expositions, which are explanations of ideas, and some could be argumentation passages where they are talking
Hmm.
about, they're giving reasons and providing
Hmm.
conclusions for those reasons.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it could vary. Okay, you don't need to know what type of a passage is it, but it's better for you to understand. Then
All right.
some of them could be descriptions, some of them could be narration, they are just narrating something, or some of them could be analysis of the
Okay.
passage. Okay, then compare and contrast, cause and effect, problems and solution, ऐसे टाइप के different different passages होते हैं. ठीक है, cause and effect and problems and solutions are better for us to understand. Problem and solution वाला अगर ये भी आता है ना राइटिंग में एंड स्पीकिंग में, तो भी थोड़ा सा इजी हो जाता है उसमें. ठीक है, पैसेजेस
Okay.
वैसे अगर आते हैं तो. Then
Okay.
mainly we have three types of questions, broad types of questions that we have in TOEFL. First is basic questions to put forward our basic comprehension. Then reading to find information where we have to look for details. And then we have
Hmm.
reading to learn types of questions. Okay, we'll look at
Okay.
them one by one in depth. Now, basic comprehension questions are supposed to be easiest. Okay, we can find their information easily as far as you understand the question types. Okay, and how to find the question answers to it.
Okay.
Now first one, we have factual information
Okay.
question. The way I told you last time, if you remember, factual information questions are just like your yes and no questions in IELTS. ठीक है,
Okay.
yes मतलब वो fact वहाँ पर presented है. ठीक है, ट्रू एंड फॉल्स जो
Okay.
हमारा है ना वैसा, यस नो
Hmm.
या फिर ट्रू एंड फॉल्स सेम है वो दोनों. तो वैसे हमारे ये फैक्चुअल इंफॉर्मेशन क्वेश्चंस है. ठीक है, अ फैक्ट इज प्रेजेंटेड इन द पैसेज डायरेक्टली, explicitly,
Hmm.
and you just need to focus on the keywords and find those facts from the passage. Okay,
Okay.
here again they won't go very in depth, एकदम स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे, थोड़ा सा ब्रॉडर एस्पेक्ट में पूछेंगे. ठीक है,
Okay.
every set, that means one reading passage will at least have two factual information questions, and sometimes they can have five factual information questions also.
Okay.
Okay, so it can differ according to the passage, but two to आते ही है. Keep that in mind.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, now this is supposed to be the easiest question type, but you have to understand how to tackle it. Okay, now the question will look something like this. According to paragraph X, which of the following is true? According to paragraph, which of the following is the main reason that Y decline? Y decline because which of the following is identified as an advantage of having Y? ऐसे करके questions तुम्हारे रहेंगे. ठीक है,
Okay.
so here it helps us to understand that okay, they are asking us for some kind of information which is already presented in the passage and it is directly in front of us. ठीक है,
Okay.
ऐसे हमें कोई implicit meaning find नहीं करना है,
And
सामने
for
दिया हुआ है.
every question, like they will mention that from
पैराग्राफ
which
नंबर,
paragraph it
यस
would be.
यस.
Okay.
ओनली फॉर इंसर्ट टेक्स्ट नहीं होता है और ओनली फॉर समरी बेस्ड क्वेश्चन नहीं होता है, बाकी सबके लिए दे टेल अस द पैराग्राफ
I
नंबर.
think
क्वेश्चन नंबर 9 एंड
it
क्वेश्चन नंबर
is
10,
9 and 10. Yeah.
हाँ उसके
Second
लिए
it
नहीं
is
होता. ठीक है,
last
बाकी
two
सब
questions.
क्वेश्चंस के लिए पैराग्राफ नंबर
Mm-hmm.
हाईलाइट करके होता है.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
ठीक है, now here as I said, whenever you're looking for answers, this is also very important. Okay, whenever you're looking for answers, now understand this, when you start your reading test, you will first read the passage quickly. When I say read the passage, you will not read, you will just skim and scan through the passage to understand
Okay.
what the passage is about, what is the main information presented, what are the details, and based on that, we understand what will be the questions which will be asked. Okay,
Okay.
so when you do this initial skimming and scanning, you will
Mm.
read the introduction passage, introduction paragraph, you will read the conclusion paragraph. Okay,
Mm.
first paragraph and last paragraph. Yeah, then you will
Okay.
read the first line and the last line of every paragraph.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
you will do this quick reading कितने मिनट स्पेंड करोगे इस पे? Only 2 minutes, max to
Okay.
max 3 minutes. You will
Okay.
not spend time more than that. Why? Because when you see the questions, you will have to refer to the passage. Understand this, this is not a memory test. Memory टेस्ट
Okay.
नहीं है हमारी. Okay, we have to find the information from the passage, so we should be able to read the passage again, so we have to refer back to the passage. Okay, so when you see the question, you will go
Mhm.
back to the paragraph which they have highlighted, you will check where the information is presented, and then you will
Mm.
select your answer. Once you have selected your answer, you will cross check in the paragraph that the option
Okay.
that you have selected is correct. So you are reading the passage three times, if I be very
Okay.
precise. Okay, and that particular paragraph you will refer to it two times for other questions, and जो next question type होगा जो कि negative factual है उसके लिए तुम तीन टाइम रेफर करोगे. क्यों?
Okay.
वो मैं बताऊंगी वो क्वेश्चन पे जाने के बाद. यहाँ
Um,
पर आप दो बार क्रॉस चेक करोगे. ठीक है, एक तो पहले ऑप्शन सिलेक्ट कर रहे हो तब, उसके बाद में सिलेक्ट करने के बाद भी. Now you might say
okay.
I'm spending a lot of time. It's fine to spend a lot of time than spending 16,900 again. Okay, so that's the reason I am saying it.
Mm,
And time manage हो जाता है as far as you start managing your time in mock tests. Okay,
okay.
मतलब वैसे ही हमको
I
mock test में manage
Mhm.
करना है time, so in the real test you do not face any issue.
I never had idea about this scheming and scanning.
Okay,
Before I saw the videos of this guy, Chris, on
हाँ
IELTS Advantage,
हाँ,
uh, I used to
read
read a
everything,
whole passage.
passage.
And this time also, scheming and scanning, he didn't tell this idea in his free videos
Okay.
that first paragraph and introduction and conclusion and
Hmm.
first and last line of it.
Hmm.
He just said like read every passage. Now he also wants to sell his
हाँ, of
classes,
course. It
so
totally
he.
depends ना. And IELTS का थोड़ा सा पर्सपेक्टिव अलग है, यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा पर्सपेक्टिव अलग है.
Hmm.
ठीक है.
and
हम्म.
and there I never used to feel like if as I told you, if the passage used to be about something scientific
हम्म.
or technical, it used to be easy for me to read.
हम्म.
Or if even it was history, it was a bit easy for me, as
Correct.
I was always curious about social science. But if it was commerce related, management related, something like that, then it used to be like I used to take a lot of time. Then and
हम्म.
I I'm reading first paragraph, second, third
Correct.
tak aane tak I used to lose track on what I read at the in the first paragraph.
एग्जैक्टली. एंड वही होता है जब हम लास्ट पैसेज पे जाते हैं, तीन पैसेज होते हैं ना आपके वहाँ पर, तो लास्ट पैसेज पे जाने तक वो पूरा आपका माइंड ना एग्जॉस्ट हो चुका होता है. एंड
Yes,
दैट्स नॉट
and
ओनली विथ
last
यू
is the
गाइस, इट
difficult
हैपेंड विथ मी
pass.
ऑल्सो. इट हैपेंड विथ मी ऑल्सो. आई told in my other batch yesterday or day before yesterday कि when I gave my UGC नेट एग्जामिनेशन, यूजीसी नेट एग्जाम में हमें भी वहाँ पर रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन पैसेज होते हैं.
Okay.
ओके, तो वो ना लास्ट में होते हैं. So first we have two papers in UGC net. Okay.
Okay.
So first reading passage was still fine, but the last reading passage which came in the second part of the test, I was so exhausted at the end of it because एक तो अपने इंडिया के एग्जाम्स you know you have to reach 2 hours before.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, really.
So I was in that examination center for 5 hours. So till the time I could reach the end, I was sitting at that place for 4.5 hours. Okay, and test चालू होने के बाद it was so lengthy, and of course this year people are saying that test was lengthy. I'm not sure, I gave it for the first time. So it was so lengthy and I was so exhausted. Reading comprehension, which is supposed to be the easiest for a
Okay.
person like me, where I have scored out of in English in most of my papers in
I
school and
think it
college.
usually depends on your mindset.
Exactly. So, it is how you manage your time and how exhausted you get at the end
And
of
it
it.
mostly depend on
Huh.
time management also.
Exactly. And I was that's how even I was so exhausted at the end of it कि वो ना I wanted to score in it, but still वो आंसर मेरे आंखों के सामने थे, but I was still not able to comprehend, and you get so confused then. Correct. So
Yes,
that's
right,
what
right.
happens when you get exhausted. Okay, that's where it comes, like that's where it comes into picture that whether you are taking adequate breaks during these tests also or not. It's important. दो हमारे पास 35 minutes है, 2 hours है, but उसमें हम 10 seconds तो ब्रेक ले सकते हैं ना बीच में, माइंड फ्रेश कर सकते हैं. इट्स नॉट वेरी हार्ड, वी कैन manage that much. That is also very important. Okay,
Yes.
so usually when you move from one passage to another passage is where you take that 5-10 deep breaths, clear your head, and then you start attempting the next task.
Next one. Okay.
Same goes for listening. When you move from reading to listening, you take again those 5-10 seconds before starting your listening, because listening is where you will need to make sure that you pay a lot of attention. Your concentration level is very very high. If your reading
Okay.
passage does not go good, it will impact all your sections in TOEFL.
Ye-
Remember that. It
ye-
goes for other tests also, but as we are on TOEFL right now, I will highlight and say about TOEFL that if you mess up your reading, or if you don't mess up, still we keep overthinking, right? हमने अच्छा किया होता है बट वो स्कोर तो हमें बाद में दिखता है ना. तो अगर अच्छा किया भी है फिर भी हमारे दिमाग में क्या था उसका आंसर, यार मैंने आंखों के सामने
Yeah.
था बट वो याद नहीं आ रहा है मुझे, मैंने सही सिलेक्ट किया कि नहीं सिलेक्ट किया. आई एम एन ओवर थिंकर. ओके, सो आई एम गिविंग ऑल द
Same,
major
same,
points. Yep,
same.
I'm giving all
Yeah.
the major points. So if you keep thinking about that, you will mess up your listening. Okay, if you
Yeah.
mess up your listening, you will mess up your speaking and writing,
Mhm.
because you will not be able to remember any points, because listening is something which affects a lot. ठीक है, your
And
mind
yeah,
tries to take over.
maybe I also have this pressure now. In this, I need to be better. In this, I need to be better.
Correct.
And me having that pressure that I need to be better, or this is my last time, I have to do it,
Hmm.
then it makes me more nervous and more anxious.
डोंट फील प्रेशराइज्ड. ओके, जस्ट
Yeah.
काम वे में थोड़ा सा प्रेशर चाहिए तो मॉक टेस्ट में ले लो अभी जब दोगे तभी. बट उसके
Mhm.
बाद में वंस यू आर इन द एक्चुअल टेस्ट, डोंट टेक दैट प्रेशर.
Mhm.
Okay, once you give the mock test and you score well in the mock test, you should not feel any pressure in the actual test. It will just be like the mock test. ओके, उल्टा ईजियर. बिकॉज मॉक टेस्ट में एटलीस्ट मेरे मॉक टेस्ट में तुम्हें ऑडियोज वगैरह ओपन करने हैं. वहाँ पर ऑन
Mhm.
स्क्रीन सब कुछ है, सो यू डोंट हैव
Yeah.
टू
Ha.
ओपन द ऑडियोज एंड एवरीथिंग.
Mhm.
ठीक है. नाउ द रीज़न आई डोंट यूज़ सिस्टम्स इज़ बिकॉज वहाँ पर ना क्वेश्चन एनालिसिस नहीं करने आता, तो आई प्रेफर गूगल
Okay.
फॉर्म्स, बिकॉज वहाँ पर मुझे क्वेश्चंस दिखते हैं कि ओके तुमने कौन से क्वेश्चन टाइप में मिस्टेक्स किए हैं. बिकॉज वी हैव नॉट कम टू दैट पार्ट येट, बट यूजुअली क्या होता है ना, स्टूडेंट्स हैव अ पैटर्न. अगर उनको रेफरेंस
Mhm.
बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस नहीं समझ में आते ना, तो नहीं समझ में आते हैं कितने भी मॉक टेस्ट सॉल्व कर ले. तो वो एक ही क्वेश्चन टाइप में अटक के रह जाते हैं. जैसे तुमने बताया ना मैच द इन्फॉर्मेशन में थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो रहा था, मैच द हेडिंग में.
Mhm. Ha.
तो
Ha. Ha.
वैसे ही होता है यहाँ पर भी, कोई एक क्वेश्चन टाइप में ना अटक के रह जाते हैं. ठीक है.
Mhm.
एंड देन वी नीड टू फिल इन दैट गैप, बिकॉज यू आर डूइंग वेल इन द अदर क्वेश्चंस. That
Mhm.
one gap needs to be filled in, so that's where I need to see the questions. But ये जो
Mhm.
ready-made systems आते हैं ना, like there are platforms who give you ready-made tests. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. I
तो
know.
वहाँ पर
Yeah.
वो question analysis, as a trainer you can't do those question analysis then. They
Yeah.
just
Right.
show
Right.
you the responses and the overall score. ठीक है. So वो
Hmm.
as a trainer sometimes it's not very helpful. So that's why I
Okay.
prefer Google
Mhm.
Forms. Yeah, क्योंकि
Yeah.
वहाँ
I
पर थोड़ा
also.
सा easy to
Mhm.
follow है. Hmm.
I also wanted to ask, what did I make a lot of mistakes in what the Google form has told, the one we sent?
In reading and yes, in reading and listening फिर भी you did better I would say, but reading is where we need to make improvements. Okay, but as it was the
Okay.
first time it's fine, because तुम्हें पता ही नहीं है ना कि क्या देखना है क्या नहीं देखना है, what are the
It
question
was
types.
totally different for
Yeah,
you.
yeah, what are the question types, where you have to look for the
Mhm.
specific information. You just gave the test, so it's fine. मुझे raw form में तुम कैसे हो पता चला. Now I know where do I need to fill the gaps. Okay. So that's where my part comes in, no? So don't worry about that. Yeah, you scored a
Okay.
bit low than what I expected, but it's fine. I'm there to help you. Yeah.
Okay.
Now what you do in the second mock test is what matters for me after going through
Mhm.
the test format.
Mhm.
Okay. So that's the reason. Now, yeah, we were talking about factual information questions. Yeah, when we tomorrow or day after when we register for the test, उसके बाद में मैं ये भी बताऊंगी आपको कि each question के साथ में आपने कितना टाइम स्पेंड करना है. ठीक है.
Okay.
उससे
Okay.
ज़्यादा हमने टाइम स्पेंड नहीं करना है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल वोकेबलरी क्वेश्चंस आर सपोज टू बी द इजीएस्ट, सो यू विल नॉट स्पेंड मोर देन 30 seconds with them. Okay,
Okay.
factual information questions you can spend say 60 seconds to 90 seconds with them. Okay, now the way I told you that when you do the first reading, you will not spend more than 2 minutes with the first reading. Okay,
Okay.
then you will come to your questions, and as you read your questions, you will read the passage two times, correct, till the time you reach the last question. You will have read your passage two times or sometimes even three times. Okay,
Okay.
now that
Mhm.
is important for us for the last question that we have, that is prose summary question. Okay, because
Okay.
that is where you need to summarize the whole passage.
That what last 2% I found a bit harder.
But you did well in that. उसके लिए भी एक
Okay.
ट्रिक है, वो मैं हम क्वेश्चन के आने के बाद बताती
Okay.
हूँ मैं, ठीक है. Now, as I was saying, yeah, you will read the passage, then
Mhm.
you will start attempting the question. You will see the factual information question. You will go to the paragraph which it highlights. You will read the question. You will select the option. You will cross check whether the option that you have selected is correct. Now,
Okay.
understand this. Here, don't just select the option because you saw the keywords which are in the passage. Keywords will be same. सारे options में same ही keywords use होंगे because it's
Mhm.
talking about the same passage,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Right. Right.
If you get confused anytime for factual information questions,
Mhm.
consider it as true and false question. कौन सा
Okay.
सेंटेंस ट्रू है वो हमें मार्क करना है. ओके,
Okay. Yeah.
उससे भी ज़्यादा अगर कंफ्यूजिंग लगता है, just directly look at the question, try to answer the question directly, and whichever option goes best with it, that is your answer.
Okay.
Okay,
And is the difficulty of both the passages same or question is
here
different?
at least they say that both the passages are similar. The difficulty level does not change, but usually
Okay.
I have seen that students score more in one passage and less in other passage, so I feel they are a
Okay.
bit difficult and easier sometimes. But at least TOEFL says that no, the difficulty level is the same.
Okay. Hmm.
ओके, इट डज नॉट चेंज. अभी तक तो नहीं. अभी ये जो जनवरी में वो चेंजेस करने वाले हैं उसमें वो अडेप्टिव टेस्ट होने वाला है, बट अभी तक तो
Okay.
देर आर नो सच थिंग्स.
Oh, okay.
ओके, सो as main thing, as I said, don't just select the question or the option just because
Mhm.
the response, just because you see the same keywords. Understand this: whenever you see the response, they will have similar keywords, they will have synonyms and antonyms. दे विल नॉट बी इन सेम वर्ड्स. जैसे अपने स्कूल में रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन या फिर कॉलेज में रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन हुआ करता था ना, वैसे नहीं होगा
Mhm.
कि एज
Yeah.
इट इज़ दिया है पैसेज में
Same.
और वैसे ही कीवर्ड्स वैसे ही लाइन में ऑप्शंस दिए हुए. नहीं, it will be paraphrased, it will be rephrased. That's where your language skills come into the picture. Okay,
Mhm.
understood? Yeah, I gave you 2-3 tips for factual information question. If you feel very confused, true and false वाला method यहाँ पर use करो. Whichever is true,
Okay.
वो वाला तुम्हारा आंसर होगा. ठीक
Answer.
है,
Okay.
जो
Okay.
false है
Okay.
वो आंसर नहीं है. अगर
Okay.
उससे भी
Right.
ज़्यादा confusing लगता है, just consider it as one liner answer वाला question and try to answer it directly. ठीक है, but it's
Okay.
there
Okay.
in your
Okay.
passage. Whatever you try to find, it is directly mentioned in the passage. Okay, only it will be
Okay.
paraphrased. Now try
Okay.
attempting this
Nothing
question.
is out of the passage.
No, nothing is out of the passage, and here
Okay.
you don't need to find any inferences वाले questions आगे के होते हैं, वो हम देखेंगे.
Okay. Okay.
Try to solve this.
Okay. Uh, is it D?
D.
Hmm.
The cannonballs added too much weight to the statues. Where can you find it? Tell me that first.
Uh,
What is the question? Look at the question first.
okay.
According to paragraph 2, अब यहाँ पर एक ही paragraph है. Okay. Sculptures in the
Hmm.
Italian Renaissance stopped using cannonballs in the bronze statues of horses because.
Hmm.
Where can you find it? Tell me.
Uh, in the example,
Mm-hmm.
they had mentioned this. This was done because the cannonball was needed to support the weight of the leg.
The answer is B. They found a
Okay.
way to strengthen. They stopped using. ये पूछा गया है ना. क्यों उन्होंने stop
Okay.
किया?
Okay.
Okay, so they stopped. So they are saying that this device was necessary. Structural compromise is clear from the fact that the cannonball quickly disappeared. So, see, stopped using, quickly disappeared.
Hmm.
The words change a bit. If you get confused, then you get stuck. Okay, so
Okay.
don't
Hmm.
get
Hmm. Hmm.
confused. When
Okay.
sculptors learned how to strengthen the internal structure of a statue with iron braces. Okay,
Hmm.
they
Hmm.
found a way to strengthen these statues internally.
Hmm.
Internal
Hmm.
structure internally.
Hmm. Hmm.
ठीक है.
Got it. Hmm.
तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना पड़ता है, नथिंग एल्स. एंड
Okay.
एज आई
Hmm.
सेड, फोकस ऑन द क्वेश्चन मोर, डोंट गो विद द कीवर्ड्स. ठीक है, फोकस ऑन
Okay.
द क्वेश्चन. व्हाट डज द क्वेश्चन डिमांड? क्यों स्टॉप किया, ये पूछा गया.
Hmm. Hmm. Right.
ठीक
Right.
है. ट्राई दिस वन.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
okay. I'm a bit confused, but I think it's C.
C.
Yes.
The option is B. The correct answer is B over here.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Hmm.
which of the following is true about human anatomy? Now, the
Okay.
first one can be eliminated. अभी elimination method भी तुम्हें पता होगा, right? That we
Hmm.
eliminate the answers which are not true, or
Yeah.
which do not fit basically.
Hmm.
Correct. The word anatomy is derived from a French root
French,
that means
that
cut.
means cut.
So
Hmm.
that is not true because it comes from a Greek root.
Great. Yeah.
So it can be eliminated.
Yeah.
Okay, the smaller structures of the human body need to be observed with a telescope.
Hmm.
Do we use a telescope? to
No.
No, right? We use a
So,
microscope.
yeah.
If you be specific about it, correct?
Yes.
Then that can be something again eliminated over here. Then human and animal bodies were dissected in labs to understand human anatomy. Where is it mentioned?
Yeah. Uh, that is not mentioned, but this is mentioned like uh, um, physicians were allowed to dissect bodies of the dead to augment their knowledge. When a
Mm-hmm.
body is dissected, its structure are cut apart in order. Basically, to it is mentioned that they dissected it to increase their knowledge
Hmm.
in the last year. So I thought that would be the answer.
Okay, but animals कहीं पर भी नहीं दिया गया ना, animal bodies दिया गया नहीं.
No, they have only mentioned about you.
Exactly. So that should be your cue that it won't be correct. So I said ना यहाँ पर directly कुछ तो दिया गया है, then only you will select that option. If it's not mentioned, do not infer.
Okay, okay,
ठीक है?
okay.
हाँ. Don't try to guess over here. Yeah, because it's saying what is true. So that means something which is truth. वही हमें देखना है.
Hmm.
Clear?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do one more because you're still doing it wrong. Let's do one more.
D.
D. The study
Hmm.
of objects made of carbon, calcium, and oxygen. C.
So
Exploring the
I
processes of evolution that will shape the universe.
this was also given in the example, so I thought that would be the answer.
Even if it is mentioned, there will be some
Hmm.
tweaks. Okay.
Okay,
काहीतरी एक मेजर म्हणजे मायनर पॉइंट मिसिंग असेल तिथे.
okay,
That's where we have to focus. Okay. ठीक है. We will practice some more questions tomorrow. Don't worry.
okay,
Now you are a bit tired also, so I'll not force you. Don't worry. Okay. We'll go through the question types today, and we'll practice
okay.
some more on it tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Next, over here, we have negative factual information question. As I told you, negative factual information question will be opposite of factual information question. Now here, we looked for something which is mentioned in the passage. Over here, in negative factual information, we'll look for something that is not mentioned in the passage. Okay. So
Okay,
here,
okay.
your question will always look like this. It will either include the word not, or it will include the word except. Okay, which should be your cue that you're looking for something which is not mentioned in the passage. Okay.
So this will would be mentioned in the question, right? Not or
Yes,
except.
yes, your question will always look like this. According to the passage, which of the following is not true about the topic? In paragraph X, the author mentions all of the following characteristics of the particular topic except.
Except.
So these two words will be there, not or
Okay,
except.
okay,
Okay, which
okay.
will highlight that you have to look for something which is not explicitly mentioned in the passage. Okay, when you try to look for this information, your you have four options, right? So three
Mhm.
options which are incorrect, those facts will be mentioned in your passage, and that one fact will not be mentioned in the passage, or it will be irrelevant, or it will be misrepresented.
So
Okay.
basically, which is not given.
Yeah, not given, and that is the option that you have to select. Correct. Not given वाले questions होते हैं ना हमारे वैसे ही. Okay, so वैसे ही यहाँ पर होगा. You
Okay,
will have one or two questions, or sometimes you might get none also.
okay.
ठीक है.
Mhm.
But these are the easiest once you understand the knack of
Yeah.
it. Now over here, the way I told you, here you will cross check your answer 3 times. Okay, फैक्चुअल इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए हम 2 times चेक कर रहे हैं, योर यू विल चेक 3 times. You will
Okay.
look at the question, you will look at the passage, you will select your answer, you will cross check it, and then you will again cross check it because this is little confusing.
Hmm.
Okay, so you will make sure that the option that you have selected is not mentioned anywhere.
Very good. Hmm.
Okay, so you will make sure before going to the next part. ठीक है? Now here we are going to watch a small video along with 2 practice questions, okay, which explains the same thing which I told you in a better way.
Uh, uh, but this question will be also only on one paragraph, or it would be
No,
on the
on
whole
one
passage,
paragraph.
on
One
one
paragraph.
paragraph.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They'll highlight the paragraph number and tell you
Okay.
according to
Okay.
paragraph 5.
Okay.
ठीक है?
Hi, I'm Michael from ETS. Today
You can hear it, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
on Inside the TOEFL Test, we're going inside the TOEFLiBT reading section, specifically the factual information and negative factual information questions. Factual information questions ask you to recognize information that is explicitly stated in the text. These may include facts such as major ideas, supporting details, or definitions. Negative factual information questions are similar, except that instead of only one answer being true, 3 of the 4 answers are true, and you have to determine which one is false. Factual information questions will have phrases like according to the paragraph, or paragraph X answers which of the following in the question. For negative factual information questions, look for the words not or except in capital letters. Here are some tips for answering factual and negative factual information questions. Number 1, don't automatically select an answer just because it contains words or phrases from the paragraph. Make sure you carefully evaluate each option to determine if it's correct. 2, for the negative factual information questions, remember that you're looking for an answer that either isn't in the paragraph or directly contradicts information in the paragraph. Let's look at a sample factual information question. First, here's an excerpt from a reading passage about meteorite impacts.
Okay, try to
Hmm.
solve it.
Okay. B.
B.
Yes.
Okay.
And here's the question. Be careful when selecting your answer, because 3 of the 4 answer choices misstate information from the passage or contradict information from the passage. One answer we can definitely eliminate is C, because there is no mention in this paragraph of archaeologists working in the Yucatan region. Choice A looks like what is said here in the last two sentences, where it does say they found the crater in 1990, but they determined in 1980 that there was a meteorite impact, so it's not choice A. Choice D is incorrect because it says that they located a meteorite, which is not true, because what they found was the crater and other evidence of the meteorite impact, not the meteorite itself. That leaves choice B, which is supported by the second and third sentences. The second sentence mentions the worldwide layer of sediment, and the third sentence explains how it is unique. Therefore, B.
You understood now, right?
Yes,
How
yes, yes.
the other sentences misrepresent the information. See, when you go for keywords, the keywords से दिसणारच आहेत आपल्याला.
Oh.
Okay, meteoroid, mass, trillion tons, Yucatan region. So we have to go according to the question. What is the question asking, and where it is presented in the passage properly.
मी आता
Okay.
तेच केलं. एक मला पहिला वाटलं मी हे एलिमिनेट केले
Hmm.
and then I came to B and D. And D I was like त्यांनी meteorite तर नाही लोक केलं. Then I was it's B.
Exactly. Hmm. Okay. Very good. Now next.
is the correct answer. Now let's look at a negative factual information question. Here is another paragraph about meteorite impacts from the same reading passage. And here's the
Try it.
Okay.
Understand this. Three
Hmm.
options are true. One is
Hmm.
false. You have to select the false one.
Also.
Okay.
C.
C.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at it.
question. You know it's a negative factual information question because of the word except in capital letters. So 3 of the choices are going to match information in the paragraph, and only one will not. Let's see how many correct choices we can find by scanning for key words that appear in the answers like dust, sunlight, cold, dark, elements, crust, and nitric acid. We may also need to look for synonyms of these words. So if we scan the paragraph for some text about dust and blocked sunlight that corresponds to choice A, we find this, and it's a match. Choice B is here, where it talks about the cold and darkness. There's nothing in the paragraph that talks about new elements or the Earth's crust, so choice C looks like it might be the answer. For choice D, we found that information here, where it talks about nitric acid. So choice C is our answer.
You understood this one also, right?
Yeah.
Very
Yes.
good.
Here's a tip to help you improve your reading skills. Read news and magazine articles about various subjects as often as you can, and practice taking notes. When deciding what to write down, ask yourself what pieces of information are important, or relevant, or credible. Then write those down, but keep the notes short. That will help you remember important information in what you read. There are lots of ways to improve your English
Okay, let's do
Yeah.
one
skill.
more for negative factual information, and then we will move to the next question type. Yeah,
Okay.
try this. Try this. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay.
Sure.
Are you done?
Yes. A.
E.
Yes.
Okay. Have you cross-checked?
Yes.
The option is C. The lower
Okay.
pressure at high altitudes is the sole cause of altitude sickness. It is not the sole cause. There are other causes also. Correct?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It exerts less pressure, reducing breathing, release
Mm-hmm.
gases, and causing shortness of breath, confusion, headache,
Mm-hmm.
lethargy, and nausea. That is the correct response over here. Okay, don't worry, we'll
Mm-hmm.
practice a bit more on it tomorrow. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. Moving to the next question type that we have, which is a vocabulary question. Now, vocabulary question is supposed to be the easiest in reading, as I told you before. Here,
Uh-huh.
we have to find the meaning or guess the meaning, not find actually. We have to guess the meaning of the word.
Of a word.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about this only.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's easy, but yesterday when I was solving the ETS test, I was confused between two options. I got it right,
Hmm.
but I was confused.
Okay, why you must have been confused? Because the words that we have in English usually they have two, three meanings.
Yeah, right.
right? That is where we get confused with it. Now
Mm-hmm.
that's where we have to understand the meaning that we are trying to guess. It should be relevant in the context in which it is being used in that particular sentence. So the easiest trick over here that you can use is try to replace that word. Okay, the option that you
Okay.
select, try to replace that word in the sentence. Okay,
Okay.
if the sentence still makes sense, that
Hmm.
is your correct response.
Okay.
Now why this is the easiest, you don't have to read through the whole passage again.
Process again. Yeah.
You don't have to read through the whole question again. One second.
Hmm.
Hi.
Yeah, you don't have to read through the whole passage again. You don't have to read through the whole uh, paragraph also, and the questions and the options also. The word is usually highlighted. आता मी highlight नहीं केलेला है, but it
Okay.
is
Hmm.
highlighted. Locomotion, and you have only four words which you have to look at.
Okay.
Okay, and if you feel you're still getting confused, just take that word and replace it over here, and it will tell you whether it still makes sense. Okay,
Hmm.
that's how it becomes easier. Now, this is the question that you shouldn't spend a lot of time with. You should hardly spend
Okay.
30 seconds, I say, but max you can spend 60 seconds with this question. Okay? Because you only have
Okay.
four words and then you have it in the
Okay.
passage
Uh,
highlighted.
is the answer of this C?
How? In the animal world, the task of moving about is
Okay.
fulfilled in many ways.
Many. Hmm.
For some animals, locomotion is accomplished by changes in the body shape. Now, even if we don't know
Okay.
what is locomotion, we know
Hmm.
what is motion.
Motion. Yeah. Right.
What
So it won't be survival. Yeah.
then? What will it be?
Hmm. It can be movement.
Movement. It can only
Yeah.
be movement. Evolution
Be
पर नहीं है,
movement. Yeah.
escape पर नहीं है. Okay, so you can try
Evolution.
to
Hmm.
you can try to replace. For some animals, movement is accomplished by changes in body
Hmm.
shape. Okay,
Hmm.
that's how you can try to
Hmm.
guess the meaning. Clear?
Hmm. Hmm.
Very
Yes.
good. Now, again, this is easy. I had already given you an example of this. Try this one.
Okay. B.
B. Increase.
Hmm.
Okay, did you try replacing the word in the sentence?
Yes.
Okay, and does it still make sense?
Uh, it. Yeah. It does.
That's the correct answer. That is why
I
it does.
first thought it
Okay.
would be validate, but then I was like, no, it's not.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay, you understood how to crack this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Moving to the next question that we have. Here we have reference question. Now reference question is a bit difficult, but again, if you understand it, it's easier to crack. Okay.
Okay.
Now reference question is nothing but we are referring to something in the passage, and that reference we have to understand what it is referring to. Okay. Now
Okay.
I'll show you the question so you understand better. Now over here, if you see, the sentence is sorry, the sentence is given. Okay, the distribution, if not the sale of newspapers, was assisted by the establishment of a postal service in
I mean,
1710, which had a network of some 65 offices. Now they are asking you the word which in the passage refers to what. करेक्ट तर आपल्याला विच वर्ड कशासाठी रिफर करते व्हॉट इज द मेन सब्जेक्ट फॉर इट दॅट इज वॉट वी हॅव टू अंडरस्टँड अँड ट्राय टू फाइंड द आन्सर फॉर ओके
okay.
नाव which the word which is your pronoun over here. Now what they are
Mm-hmm.
saying, if we look into grammatical meanings of it,
Mm-hmm.
they are giving you a pronoun and they're asking you find its antecedent. Antecedent is nothing but the main subject that it is referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, pronouns are the words which we use to replace the nouns.
Replace. Mm-hmm.
Correct. So what is the subject it is referring to? Now usually they will use the pronouns like it, this, those, these, who, what, and which, okay, or that. These are the pronouns which they will use. Again आपण थोडंसं in depth याला बघू जर तुला confusion वाटत असेल तर. But these are the pronouns that they will use, and they will ask you कि what this pronoun is referring to. Okay, what is
Okay.
the main subject of it, and they will ask you to select that option accordingly.
Okay. Okay.
Clear? So these pronouns will be used, and you have to remember, you have to guess the actual noun for it. When you try to guess the noun, focus on the singular plural over here. Okay, if the
Okay.
subject is singular, if your pronoun is singular, it is referring to a singular subject. If your
Subject.
pronoun is plural, then it is referring to a plural
Subject.
subject. Okay, that's what we have to remember. It should not violate any grammatical rules. Okay,
Okay.
now try to answer this. I already
Okay.
highlighted the sentence, so you know where to look for the answer.
Mhm.
So try to do it quickly. Are you able to guess?
I'm getting confused, but I think it would be A.
How? What has a network of offices? Ask yourself
Sorry.
that question.
Okay, what? Uh, okay, not A. D.
D. Because
Hmm.
distribution will not have offices. Distribution is kind
Yeah.
of a verb. Okay. Then
Yeah.
sale, again, it will not have offices. Newspaper, it has newspaper, it has either printing press or agencies. Correct?
But distribution can be said like this, na? Like, um, for example, for a company, you can say, na, like, because they are, if they are the
They are
distributors, then we,
distributing something, na? It's not a thing. Okay,
okay.
to have offices, it's not a concrete thing. If I put it
Yeah.
in a dumb way, it's not a concrete thing, it's an abstract thing. Okay,
Okay,
if you're talking about
got it.
offices, you need something concrete.
Concrete, yeah. The
Okay.
postal service.
So postal service comes into.
So first I thought about postal service, but then I was like, maybe not.
Yeah, so as I
So
said,
it
try to replace the word
confused,
again
yeah.
over here.
Hmm.
Try to replace that
Okay,
which. Postal
okay, okay.
service had a network of some 65 offices. Distribution cannot
Hmm.
have network of offices.
Yeah, yeah,
Sale
right.
cannot. Newspaper, as I said, it does not have
Hmm.
offices. It has either agencies or press, printing
Yeah,
press.
right.
Okay, one more.
Okay. C, preventing soil erosion.
Okay, are you sure?
Yes.
That's correct. You understood now.
Yeah.
Right? Very good.
Yes.
Now, next over here we have sentence simplification question. Again, this is very easy if you understand the knack of it. Sentence simplification question is nothing
Okay.
but they will give you a sentence which is highlighted in your paragraph. Again, just one second. Yeah. A sentence will
Hmm.
be highlighted in the paragraph in such a way. Okay,
Okay.
and they will ask you, you have to select an option which can replace that highlighted sentence
Okay.
without leaving out essential information which is presented in the passage. Okay,
Okay.
your question will always look like this. Your question will not change for this particular question.
Hmm.
Okay, only the options will change and the highlighted sentence will change. Now, over here, when you are selecting this question, options
Hmm.
for this question,
Hmm.
you will make sure that all the important information which is given in the sentence is present in the option that you are selecting. Okay, along with that, it does not contradict or it does not provide any irrelevant information for that particular sentence, for that particular paragraph, and for the whole passage itself. It does not
Okay.
change the meaning and it does not represent any kind of information in the sentence, in the paragraph, in the passage.
Okay.
Okay, that is what you have to be sure about. There
Hmm.
will always be one question in this set, but not more than one question.
Okay.
Okay, in one set. Now
Hmm.
the question always looks like this. When, as I told you just now, it should not misrepresent any information, it should
Hmm.
not distort the meaning of the highlighted sentence, it should not leave out anything from the highlighted sentence, and it should
Hmm.
not change the meaning of the whole paragraph and the passage also.
Hmm.
Okay,
Okay.
let's quick let's quickly look at a video before we try to solve. वीडियो में भी एक एग्जांपल होता है, वो भी हम
Okay.
सॉल्व करेंगे या
Okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Michael from ETS. Today on Inside the TOEFL Test, we're going inside the TOEFL IBT reading section, specifically the sentence simplification questions. Sentence simplification questions ask you to identify a sentence that has essentially the same meaning as a sentence from the reading passage. The correct answer choice contains the main ideas from the sentence in the passage, but may leave out minor or unimportant details. It should restate the most important information in a simpler way. Sentence simplification questions are easy to recognize because the wording of the question is always exactly the same. Which of the sentences below best expresses the essential information in the following sentence? Incorrect choices change the meaning in important ways or leave out essential information. The highlighted sentence will have both essential and non-essential information. Your job is to pick the answer choice that best includes the essential information and leaves out the non-essential information. Answering this type of question will require you to understand the relationship between the pieces of information in the sentence. Often, there's an important cause-effect relationship, or there may be a conclusion based on some evidence. So look for those same ideas in the answer choices. Here's an example of a sentence simplification question from a passage about meteorite impacts and dinosaur extinction. This type of question can be
okay, try it out.
Hmm. Okay.
Try to hide.
D.
Okay, are you sure?
Uh, yes.
challenging because all of the answer choices will contain words or phrases that are similar to ones in the given sentence. For example, 3 of the answer choices talk about the explosion,
Okay, I
3
think
talk
it's
about
A.
fires, and 3
Are you sure?
Now I'm getting confused.
Okay, let's look at the option then.
Okay.
mention the destruction of plant life. So, can you identify the correct answer? It's A.
It's
Okay.
A. Okay,
Yeah,
because
I realized it because the nitric acid and melted rock. I left the track of it when I
looking
read
at the option.
B, C. Yeah.
Correct.
When I
Also,
read it first,
yeah, also if you look at the option D, it says that as the fires in forest
yeah,
must
yeah.
have spread to grasslands and caused explosions म्हणजे
Yeah.
त्याच्यामुळे ते झालं असं ते causation दाखवते, which is not true. We know that, we read this passage before, right? Hmm. So it's from the same passage that we read before
मी
for
पहिलं
negative
वाचलं
factual
तेव्हा
information.
आय वॉज की लाईक हेच आन्सर
Hmm.
असणार आहे बिकॉज इट लिटरली मॅचेस एव्हरी सिंगल वर्ड टू
Exactly.
वॉट एव्हर द सेंटेन्स इज
Hmm.
बट देन आय वॉज नो मे बी देर इज समथिंग डिफरंट सेकंड तर इट वॉज नो थर्ड इट वॉज नो सो डी
Exactly.
वॉज लाईक अ बिट कन्फ्युजिंग सो मग मला वाटलं की तेच आहे बिकॉज आय लेफ्ट द ट्रॅक ऑफ हे
Hmm.
नायट्रिक ऍसिड आणि अँड मेल्टेड रॉक
Exactly. Always look at the
याला मी
question.
ट्रॅक
Okay. Always look at the question again. That's
But
something
then when he was telling about the question again, then I was like, no,
highlighted.
it's
Hmm.
not D, it's A. Ah.
Correct. Very good. Okay, understood this?
Because all of the
Oh,
important information is aligned with the given sentence. Both the given sentence and choice A talk about large amounts of nitric acid and melted rock that were the result of the explosion and that started fires that destroyed plant life.
Sorry.
The other responses have content that contradicts the highlighted sentence or just isn't there. Choice B looks like a good answer at first because it talks about the fires spreading and burning forests, but choice B says that it was the fires that released the nitric acid, which is different from the highlighted sentence, which says that the nitric acid, along with the melted rock, caused the fires. Choice C can be eliminated because it leaves out essential information about the fires and the destruction of forests and plant life. And finally, choice D is incorrect because, again, the cause and effect are reversed. This one says that the fires caused the explosions, when it was really the other way around.
Okay, clear?
yes.
Now we'll go to the next question type, which is one second. One second. Now. We have very few question types remaining. We'll just quickly finish it, then we'll stop for today.
Okay. Okay.
Next, we have inference based questions. Okay, inference based questions. Yeah, are you okay? Do you want to drink some water?
No, no, I'm okay. I'm sick. That
Okay, because of the weather changes, I guess.
uh, yes.
Everyone is sick because of that. It's fine. Okay, one second. Huh. Next, we have inference based questions. Okay, before we
Hmm.
move to inference based questions, we need to understand what do we mean by inference. What do you understand by inference? Tell me that first.
Uh, I'm new to this word.
Okay, any guesses?
Mm, no, no idea.
Okay, inference is a conclusion reached based on evidence and reasoning. Okay, for
Okay.
example, if I say, if you look out of the window and notice that it is cloudy,
hmm
what will you do?
Uh, like won't go out.
Or if you're planning to go out, then what you
Go
will
out.
do?
I would either take umbrella or wear a jacket, or I
Yeah,
would take car.
exactly. Did anyone tell you to take an umbrella?
No.
No. Did the cloud or the sky tell you that, okay, carry an umbrella, it is going to rain? No. That's an inference
No, it
that you
just
made.
gave an idea. Yeah.
Exactly. So that is an inference that you made. Now, same
Okay.
way, in inference based questions, your author will mention something indirectly. Okay, they will want you to assume something.
Hmm.
Okay, and that's how the questions will be asked. Whatever is
Okay.
being asked, it will not be mentioned explicitly, it will be mentioned implicitly. You have to
Okay.
guess the meaning, you have to assume also sometimes. Same
Okay.
way, another example if I give you, if you're speaking about your problems
Hmm.
at work to your
Hmm.
friend and
Hmm.
he or she starts yawning, what will what will you infer?
That I'm like making them feel bored.
Hmm. And
The talking is not interesting.
so what will you
I would
infer?
just stop talking.
Yeah, or you will change the topic.
Yes.
Correct? You'll stop talking about work and maybe ask him or her something about his life. Correct?
Yeah.
So that's an inference that you made. Did she tell you that she is bored?
No,
No.
I assume.
You assumed. So that's what we mean by inference.
Inference. Okay.
Okay?
Assuming is inference.
Yeah. One more example. Say if I make the statement, she almost always comes to work on time. What will you infer? Now here we have to kind of go for opposites. Okay?
Yeah. Hmm.
And focus on the modifiers. So I
Okay.
said she almost always.
Always.
So these are your modifiers over here. Almost
Mhm. Yeah.
always comes to work on time.
Mhm.
What will you infer?
That you are assuming. No, but you are giving a statement, right?
So you have to infer something from this. As I said, kind of you have to go for opposite of it and you have to focus on the modifier.
Yeah. Okay.
She almost always comes to
Always.
work on time. That's
Fine.
my sentence.
So basically, she is never late.
Almost always म्हटले ना, always नाही म्हटले.
Okay.
Almost always has
She's
95% of frequency.
she's sometimes late.
Yes,
Hmm.
she sometimes comes to work late, but
Yes.
she is a reliable employee.
Hmm.
That is an
Hmm.
inference that you're making. So as I said,
Hmm.
focus on modifiers. Modifiers give you the additional information, which is almost
Hmm.
always. So you've changed it to sometimes. Okay,
Okay.
sometimes म्हणजे कधी
If
कधी.
if almost नसतं नुसतं always असतं तर it would have been like
100%.
she comes to the work on time.
Yes, yes, that would have been 100% then. Okay, last example.
Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
He owned most of the land. Most. Most is your
Yeah.
modifier
So
here.
most is the modifier.
Hmm.
So most is not 100%. So it would be mm, he owned almost everything in that land.
So you have to go for opposite. If I told you
Okay.
what I told you, if you remember.
Hmm.
So there is some land which he doesn't own.
Okay. Hmm.
Correct. So if you
Oh,
go for
hmm.
opposite, there is some
Hmm.
land he doesn't own. Okay. He did
Hmm.
not own. As it was in past tense, he did not own. So that's an
Hmm.
inference that you will make over here. Okay. So when you have inference
So
based
the
questions,
inference should
hmm,
also be in the past tense only, or it
no,
can.
no. Over here, as I gave the example in past tense, that's why
Hmm.
the other
Okay.
sentence will
Ha.
also be
I
past
mean,
tense.
if the example is in the
Ha.
past tense, the
Exactly.
answer would.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Understood.
Okay. Hmm.
So basically, your inference is basically testing your ability to understand the information which is not mentioned in the passage directly, whether you are able to gather that information or not.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, now the author will not spell it out for you, he will not make it easier for you. You have to understand according to the passage. Now,
Okay.
every reading set will have at least one inference type of question, and sometimes it will have two. Okay,
Okay.
example of the question would be paragraph 1 suggests which of the following about X. The author of the passage implies that. Which of the imply wala na? समझून जायचं की इन्फरन्स बेस्ड आहे ठीक आहे. विच ऑफ द
Okay.
फॉलोइंग कॅन बी इन्फर्ड फ्रॉम पॅराग्राफ 1 अबाउट एक्स. ओके, this is how your question will look like. Now
Okay.
again, don't choose the answer just because you see the keywords. You need to make sure that it can be inferred from the passage. Okay,
Mm.
the language should present that information. You should be
Okay.
able to defend your answer. Okay, you should be
Okay.
able to tell me where you can find that particular information.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, try this out and just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. B. Okay. Not B. Sorry. A.
Yeah, done.
Yes.
Tell me the answer.
A.
Okay, are you sure?
Yes.
Where did you find the answer? Tell me that.
Um, the just a second. Where did it go?
Okay.
Ha. It was possible to make thyrocanol that would not produce smoke that usual smoke and instead of.
This one, right?
Yeah.
But as I said, something that is not directly mentioned. So it is directly mentioned. So how can it be your
O-
answer over here?
Okay.
And if you observe, the question says Which of the following can be inferred from paragraph 1 about candles before the
Before.
19th century? Now, where is your
Okay.
19th century? Here it says in the early to mid 19th century. So, whatever follows after this is
Hmm.
after 19th century. You have
Yeah.
to find
Okay.
out something which is before 19th century. So, it highlights that your answer should be here in this first sentence. Okay. So,
Okay.
from here to here. Now, tell me the answer.
Mm, D.
Where is it mentioned?
Uh, Third sentence.
Third
Third and
sentence
fourth.
वर कसा गेला
I
पण
mean,
तू? I
sorry, third
already
and
told
fourth
you
place.
that your answer should be in the first sentence. From the 19th century
Okay.
brought with it a burst of new discoveries and inventions that revolutionized the candle industry and made lighting available to all. That is where your answer is. From here onwards, it goes to early to mid 19th century. What we are
Okay.
looking for is before the 19th century. The 19th century brought. So we are saying something changed over here. Made lighting available to all. That
All.
means it
They
was
were
not
not
available
available
to
to
all.
all. Yeah.
Okay, I told you
Mm-hmm.
modifiers वरती focus कर all.
Okay. Hmm.
Correct. So that's how you find your answer.
Hmm.
Clear? Okay. Now we'll do some practice tomorrow also. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Next, over here we have a rhetorical purpose question. Rhetorical purpose question is basically, again, it's asking you to find the implicit meaning of something that has been mentioned in the passage. It is similar to what we did before. Okay.
Okay.
Now, rhetoric is basically the art of speaking or writing. In factual information question, we are asked what information an author has presented. You are being asked over here why the author has mentioned that particular piece of information over there.
Hmm.
Okay,
Hmm.
that's what rhetorical purpose of question asks you to understand. It asks you to understand the rhetorical function of the statement or the paragraph and how it relates to the passage.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so basically
Hmm.
you are asked the relation. Clear?
Okay.
For example, why does, if you have been asked why does the author mention the ability to grasp a pencil, then
Hmm.
the answer over here would be it is an example of how a motor skill developed by children at 10 to 11 months of age is. Okay, it is an
Hmm.
example of it basically, of a motor
Okay.
skill. They are able to grasp, they are able to hold it, correct? So that's an example. Now, a rhetorical purpose question will always look like this. Why does the author mention, say, the particular topic? Why does the author compare particular topic to another topic? The author discusses X in paragraph 2 in order to. That's how it
Hmm.
will be presented. Okay.
Okay.
Now, over here, your options will include these words. Now, that is where you need to understand the meaning of these words also. Your option will always include to illustrate, to explain, to contrast, to refute, to note.
Connecting, basically
हाँ
connectors.
बेसिकली दीज आर
Hmm.
एनालिसिस वर्ड्स हैं कनेक्टर्स पेक्षा आपण
Okay.
ह्याला एनालिसिस वर्ड्स म्हणतो
Okay.
ठीक आहे टू क्रिटिसाइज सो वी नीड टू नो what is the meaning of to refute or to illustrate. If we don't know the
Hmm.
meaning of these words, then you will again get
Hmm.
confused with the options. So for
Right.
homework, try to find the meaning of all these words. Okay.
Okay.
Now, again, it will not ask you about the overall organization of the reading passage, but it will ask you
Hmm.
some logical links between the sentences which are presented over there.
Okay.
Okay. Now let us quickly watch a short video for the same, for
Okay.
inference piece question as well as rhetorical purpose question.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Michael from ETS. Today on Inside the TOEFL Test, we're going inside the TOEFL IBT reading section, specifically the inference and rhetorical purpose questions. Inference questions ask you to identify information or comprehend an idea that is not explicitly stated in the reading passage. You can recognize inference questions because they usually include the words infer, imply, or suggest, like in these examples. Rhetorical purpose questions are similar because they also ask for information not explicitly stated. These will ask why the author has presented a piece of information. One way to approach these types of questions, if you can't identify the correct answer immediately, is to eliminate wrong answers. You will see more on this as we go through the example. Now, let's do a sample inference question. Here's a paragraph from a reading passage about meteorite impacts. Next, let's look at the question.
Okay, try solving it.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, A?
E.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see that it uses the word inferred, so that clearly tells you that it's an inference question. Can you identify the correct answer? It's choice C, because it's supported by this sentence, which indicates that scientists knew in 1980 that there had been an impact, and this one, where it says the site had been located in the Yucatan. Let's look at why the other choices can be eliminated. Choice A is not correct because there isn't anything written or implied in the passage about geologists keeping the impact site secret.
Understood?
Choice
Got
B is also not correct. Saying that it was a well-known fact contradicts the passage where it talks about the discovery of the crater in the Yucatan. Choice D also can't be correct because the paragraph doesn't mention climate as a factor in the discovery of the impact site.
I thought C would be answer,
Now
but
let's look at an example.
नंतर मला वाटलं की लाईक ते मेन्शन केलंय की लाईक दे न्यू की हे झालेलं म्हणून.
Okay.
बट हा मी तिथं हे कन्फ्युज नाही व्हायला पाहिजे होतं कारण की तिथं सेकंड सेंटेन्स हे पण मेन्शन केलेलं की त्यांना नंतर कळलं की एक्झॅक्ट लोकेशन कुठं होतं.
Okay.
सो मी फक्त पहिलं सेंटेन्स डोक्यात घेऊन मी ते एलिमिनेट करून टाकलं.
Okay. ठीक है, no problem.
Of a rhetorical purpose question. It asks about information from a different paragraph in the same reading passage about meteorites and dinosaurs. It's like an inference question, but it asks why the author includes a particular piece of information. When reading each answer choice, the most important part to focus on is the to clause at the beginning of each one. Then pick the answer that best describes what the author is trying to do. In this case, the correct answer is C.
मला हे कळलं नाही. Like,
Important
how
part to
did
focus on.
he choose this answer?
Okay. Let's try to solve it together. Why does
Okay.
the author include the information that dinosaurs had flourished for tens of millions of years and then suddenly
It
disappeared?
disappeared.
Hmm. And then suddenly disappeared, yeah.
Hmm.
Where is it included? Tell me. Here. If you look for
Hmm.
your particular
At the
exam.
end, yeah, for 10 million.
Hmm. Why does he give that example? That's what is asked. Why does the author
Okay.
include the information to support the
Okay.
claim that the mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous is the best documented of the dozen or so mass extinctions in the geological record? Is it mentioned anywhere? Doesn't sound. The end of the why विचारलं आपल्याला ठीक
Oh,
आहे to explain
त्यामुळे
why
हं.
as many as half of the species on earth at the time are believed to have become extinct at the end of Cretaceous. So my principles have always been intrigued by the mass extinctions at the end of the Cretaceous. So here he says na has always
हं.
fell into because it marks the end of the
So basically जे mentioned असेल that would be the
मेन्शन्ड
answer.
असेल थोडंसं बट का
हा,
मेन्शन केले ते जास्त विचारलं
ते
जातं
विचारलंय. हा.
why is it mentioned what is the reason
ओके.
that's what is being
हं.
asked okay
ओके.
more than what
ओके.
ठीक है
Cool.
that is what we
कळलं.
have
हा.
to focus understood
हं. हा.
okay let's move to the next question type
Is
we'll practice a bit on it tomorrow share I have shared the TOEFL guide with you okay
ओके.
yeah
ओके.
you'll find
Cool.
a lot of questions in that also practice questions and I'm giving you an assignment also don't worry okay
ओके.
next question number 9 this question always comes at question number 9 which is our insert text question okay here
हं.
they will give you a sentence which is not present anywhere in the passage or in the sentence as in the paragraph as well for example this sentence it's not
Where it could be
where it could
fit
fit
proper.
exactly
हं.
so it is
हा, हे
not
काल
mentioned हे
yesterday
चुकलंय
I
का तुझं
solved
दोन्ही
this.
याच्यामध्ये
काल मी ह्याच्यात सोडवलं त्यांच्या टेस्टमध्ये तेव्हा I got it right.
acha okay that means you got the knack of it okay now sorry as I was saying
हं.
this sentence is not present in the passage not present in the paragraph anywhere they are
हं.
asking you to insert it now at the
हं.
end of it and you have to again make sure that it does not contradict the information it does not change the meaning of the passage it does not change the meaning of the paragraph also okay it should
ओके.
just fit wherever it is being put now what you have to understand is the wordings of the sentence which is
हं.
being used if the wordings are something which puts forward the information okay which states a topic at the start then you should understand that it will come at the start of the sentence or start of the paragraph if it includes the words like this made it easy
हं. हं.
however these kind of transition words na, it should tell
हं.
you that it will fit somewhere in the middle it will
ओके.
not go
हं.
in the end if it
And
comes at
yeah.
the end na, then you will have words like this as a
For,
result
हं.
finally all these words will be
हं.
there on the
Basically
other
words
hand
that conclude something.
exactly
Hmm.
when it's in the middle it will have words like similarly in other words on the contrary therefore
For
on the other
example.
hand for example हे सगळे
Hmm.
मध्ये येतील if
Oh.
it's a first sentence it will put
Hmm.
forward the definition of what the paragraph is talking about your
Hmm.
first sentence is always a topic sentence which tells us what the paragraph is going to be about
Be about. Okay.
okay so
Got
if
it.
it's a
Hmm.
descriptive sentence then it should again tell you that it's going to be the first sentence but usually in the first sentence नाही येत मधले sentences जास्त येतात ठीक
Okay.
आहे or ending वाले येतात so that's where you have to focus on these kinds
Okay.
of
Hmm.
words
Hmm. Cool. Okay.
understood so
Yes.
try to solve this made it easy for the artists to paint and display them for the rest of the case list and this is what your screen will also look like on your testing
Hmm.
okay you will have a timer over here you will have the buttons over here you will see the question number you will see the reading passage the passage will
Hmm.
be on the left the questions will come on the right okay you can scroll down and as it highlights the paragraph number even the paragraph over here will be highlighted okay it will kind of pop up little bit ठीक है
Hmm. Okay.
yeah and yeah you have a timer you can hide the timer also
Okay.
but usually it's not suggested by me
Hmm.
that don't worry then another thing the most important thing is you have a review button over here okay now when you are in the reading passage when you are in that particular passage, you can do back and forth in that passage.
Okay.
Okay, for example, say you're doing this passage and you want to look at the question number 1 or question number
Hmm.
2, you can go back and look at it.
Back.
Okay,
Okay.
so you have access to those 10 questions.
Questions.
But
Okay.
as soon as you move to the second passage, you will not be able to
Then.
come back to the
Okay.
first passage. Okay,
Okay.
and of course वो उतना याद भी कौन रखेगा, it's just
Yeah.
done and dusted with. So when you go to
Yeah.
the second passage again, you can do back and forth in those 10 questions. Okay, but this can happen only in reading. You can't do this in listening. Listening, once you go to the next question, you go to the next question, you cannot come back.
Okay.
ओके, मतलब क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 सॉल्व कर दिया है, क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 पे गए, सॉरी क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 पे गए, तो
Hmm.
वापस क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 पे नहीं आ सकते इन
Okay.
लिसनिंग. ठीक है, बट इन रीडिंग यू
Hmm.
कैन डू दैट. एंड इफ यू फील दैट ओके एनी क्वेश्चन इज टेकिंग लॉन्गर टाइम, यू वांट टू सॉल्व द अदर क्वेश्चंस एंड come back to this particular question after some time, that's where you use the review button. You mark it for review
Okay.
and you come back and review it whether you had solved it correctly or not.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
yeah, that is also a good thing. I feel you can come back and check.
Okay. Mhm.
It's not
Okay.
submitted. Huh?
Okay. I think this fits in the first box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Yep,
Is it
choice
right?
A. Yes, it fits
Okay.
over here. Choice A. Okay,
Okay.
very good. Let's quickly watch the video and then we'll move to the last
But
question.
yesterday,
Tell me.
though I got it right, I wasn't this sure about my answer
Why?
because I was a bit confused still because I was new to it
Huh?
and I was just confused. I was like confused between two options like इतने बस फेल का इतने बस फेल. But now when you told me how to solve it, मला ते आता easy पडलं like लगेच करता आलं.
Exactly. That's why I said, no, once you go to the format, no, it becomes easier. Now, when you solve the reading passages today, you will feel much more confident.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can observe that for yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, next over here we have insert text. Let's look at the video quickly. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Michael from ETS. Today on Inside the TOEFL Test, we're going inside the TOEFL IBT reading section, specifically the insert text questions. The insert text questions are designed to show that you understand the logical order of ideas in a reading passage. In the reading section, every reading passage has one insert text question. But instead of choosing from a list of 4 choices, like with most reading questions, you will click on one of the 4 black squares to insert the text into the paragraph.
Now I forgot to tell you this. I'm really sorry.
Mm.
When you click on that box, the sentence will get included over there
Yeah.
automatically. Okay. Now your task is, before submitting it, before going to the next question, what you will do is you will read the previous sentence. You will read the sentence that you have selected, and you will read the next sentence and see if it
Okay.
makes logical
Mm.
sense. If you feel
Yeah.
it does not make logical sense, just click on the next one and read the previous sentence and the next sentence along with this sentence again.
Yes. आता मी तेच केलं.
If it best fits, then
Hmm.
that's your place.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
I would say spend some time and check with others also quickly. Just time
Hmm.
nahi घालवायचं.
Okay.
Okay,
Hmm.
quickly
Okay.
check with others and whichever you feel best fits, that should be your option. If you feel if you will get
Okay.
confused, mark it in your notepad as A, B, C, D. Okay, mark it
Okay.
in your
Okay.
notepad as B. It fits in B, but still cross check C and D sometimes. Don't
Okay.
just go
Okay.
with B again. If you feel that you're making mistakes, okay, that's when you do this.
Okay.
If you feel that okay, you're sure that it fits in B, then go ahead with it. But I still
Okay.
suggest that check in others
Check.
also.
Hmm.
ठीक है?
During the real test, you can change the location of the sentence as many times as you need to, so you can see how it works in each of the 4 places. Here's a sample insert text question and the corresponding paragraph. Note that the sentence says,
Okay, try solving it quickly.
Hmm. Third box.
Third box, C.
Yeah.
Option C. Okay,
Yes.
let's look at the
This
answer.
is the criterion, and it's important to look for pronouns. The pronoun here is this, so there's probably something about a criterion in the previous sentence. If we insert the sentence at square number 4, the previous
Okay.
sentence talks about the standard criterion, and the following sentence says, yet an equally important criterion. So that's a likely choice. And when you read those sentences together, the sentences do flow logically. So this is the correct answer.
The answer was B over here. Okay.
Okay. I got it. What mistake did it?
Hmm.
मी लाईक खाली कन्क्लुजन पर्यंत पोहोचलोच ना मी पुढचा सेंटेन्स वाचला नाही त्याच्या
Ha.
मी ते आधी त्याच्या टाकून हे केलं लाईक सी ला म्हणून हा
Exactly. I told you, no. Check the
हा
others also. Even if you feel C is the correct answer, still go and check D.
ओके
One tip for improving your reading is to really know your pronouns and to practice matching them to the words they refer to in a text. Here are a few of the most common pronouns that you will see when
We know most of these pronouns, right? This is important for written
यस
questions also. This, these. This will be for singular, these will be for plural, that will be for
या
singular, those will be for
दोन
plural, they and them both are for
दोन
plural, him, her for singular, him is for males, her is for females,
फीमेल्स
he, she, it is for non living things,
नॉन
it
लिविंग थिंग्स
is
या
sometimes animals as well if we don't know the gender. It also refers to the word baby and child if we don't know the gender of the baby and the child. Okay, and then which is again for non-living things. Okay, who is for living beings, humans mainly, and then it that is also used for humans, the living beings as well as
लिविंग
non-living
एज वेल
beings
एज नॉन लिविंग
and animals. Okay,
यस
which is usually used for animals and who is mostly used for humans. Okay,
ह्यूमंस
animals and non-living things at which use होता है. Clear?
you read.
ओके
There are lots
Moving to the next part. Yeah, last question type that we have for today, that is our prose
ओके
summary question. Again, very important question. It comes always at the question number 10. Okay,
या आई
now
फाउंड दिस वेरी डिफिकल्ट
yes, once you understand how to solve it, it becomes easiest again.
ओके
Now, till the time you reach this question, you are expected to have read the passage at least 2 times,
टू
sometimes
टाइम्स
even 3 times. Okay,
ओके
now in this, you are being asked to summarize the whole passage.
पैसेज ओके
Okay, now here you have three, you have to select 3 options. Okay, you are given 6 options. इथे questions
हाँ
example नाही टाकतात
थ्री
because of
सिलेक्ट
course
करायचं
usually the
असेल
question is very long. That's why
हो
I could not use the example over here. But if you open the TOEFL
बट
test,
yesterday I saw
yes,
म्हणजे मी जेव्हा सॉल्व केलं तेव्हा I don't know how did I get right,
you
but
got 1 point. Okay, you did not got all of them correct. You got 2 correct. ठीक है?
ओके नाही मी जे रात्री सोडवलं त्यात
हाँ
मला
हाँ हाँ.
रीडिंग मध्ये आय गॉट आउट ऑफ आणि तिथं आय डोंट नो फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन हाऊ डिड आय गेट ऑल राईट लाईक
Okay,
ना मी तिथं काय स्ट्रॅटेजी वापरली आय डोंट नो हाऊ डिड आय सॉल्व इट
that's fine. That's a good thing, I would say. Okay, so over here you have 6 options given. You have to
ओके
select 3 correct options. Okay, now
ओके
first we'll see what the question looks like. I hope in the video they have put, just 1 second, a video wala play karo raha
हा चालेल
Hi. With 2 points toward your
hai. This is what it will look like. Okay, in the actual
या
test you can drag it, ठीक है, but in your MCQs over here in the Google form you will just select the 3. Okay,
सिलेक्ट
now usually when you see the question, of course your passage will be there. You will have first sentence which has been given over there. Okay,
ओके
you have one sentence which is given and you have to select 3 options
थ्री
out of
ऑप्शंस
6, which will, these 4 options will summarize the whole passage for us.
Okay. So
Okay,
basically, this support what is the what? Does the passage mean, or what is like passage about?
Yeah, what is the passage about?
Passage
आपण
about.
समरी
Okay.
कंप्लीशन पहिलं समरी कंप्लीशन तर ह्याच्यामध्ये IELTS मध्ये येतं. बट अदरवाईज
Hmm.
पण आपण समरी करायचो स्कूलमध्ये, आठवतं टेन्थमध्ये
Hmm.
पण
Oh. Oh.
we used to have a longer passage and we used to summarize in our own
Summarize it.
words.
Own
We used to
words.
make sure that the main points are included and minor points are eliminated. Correct?
Yes.
That's what we have to do over here also. But here the options are given, we just have to put them in the correct way.
Okay.
Okay, now to make it easier for us, of course we have already read the passage, that is when we
Hmm.
will be able to solve this question. That is the
Okay.
reason we are not supposed to skip the first reading. If we skip the first reading and start solving the questions directly, you will not be able to solve this question
This
properly.
question. Okay.
Okay, that is the reason we should not skip the first reading. It's important for us. Now
Okay.
once you have read the passage two times, you should know what the passage mainly talks about.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Okay.
along with that, this first sentence which is already given, it tells us what the passage is about. Because I told you, remember,
Okay.
first sentence is always about topic development, like topic,
Yeah.
main topic of the passage. So over here it tells us what the main passage is about. Scholars have wondered about the meaning of subjects, location, and overpainting of Lassus cave images. So here it's talking about scholars who have wondered what the subjects and locations about Lassus cave images are. So this is the main subject. Now whenever you summarize, you will not put forward minor details.
Okay.
Okay, that is something that we should know. आपण minor details वरती focus नाही करत when we are trying to summarize something. Correct? So if say we are looking at this question and we see an example of a particular person who tried to go into that cave, will we select
Hmm.
that option? No,
No.
because it does not contribute to the
One.
summarization of the passage. We will try to include something which is helping us in summarizing that passage.
Got it.
Okay, that is where we need to, this is one trick that helps. Okay, so
Okay.
always focus on the major points, don't
Okay.
focus on the minor points. If any option in the in the options which are given over here out of 6,
Hmm.
if any option over here focuses on very minor detail which is presented in the passage, that will not be your correct response. Okay,
Okay.
the options which focus on the major details, that will tell you about what the passage is about. Okay, and the first sentence should help you, the first sentence which is given over here should help you to understand what the minor details would be and what the major details
Major details
presented
would
over
be.
here
Mhm.
is. Okay,
Okay.
now when you select all three options correctly, that is where you will get 2 points.
Okay.
Okay, where you have selected all three options in a correct way. If you have selected two options which are correct but one is wrong, then you will get only 1 point.
1 point. Okay.
Okay, if you select one option which is correct but the other
Hmm.
two are wrong,
Mhm.
you will get 0.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so that is why this question becomes very important. As soon as you select all three correctly, your scale out of 30 which we looked at, right, it goes on a higher side.
Okay.
Okay, if you do mistakes in this one question, then your scale goes on a lower side. So that
Okay.
marker of 20 to 25 is determined by this question again.
Question.
Okay,
Okay.
if you
Okay.
do this wrong, you will go in the range of 20s. If you do this correct, you will be on the higher range, that is 25.
Okay.
Okay, so that is why
Oh,
this
awesome.
question becomes very important. Make sure you try to get all three correct. It's just one option that you have to select correctly and your scale will go on a higher side.
Okay.
Okay, if you miss out on that one, now what you did is you selected two correctly in both the passages which you solved
Okay.
in the mock test, and you selected one wrong, so you got 1 1 over there. Okay, so that's where practice will come into the picture. Now we will
Okay.
stop over here for today. We'll
Ross.
do some practice
Hi.
questions tomorrow, and along with
Okay.
that we will also go through listening question types, and then we'll move to speaking and wo- writing. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what
All
I
right.
want you to do is, I have shared the
Mhm.
TOEFL guide with you. What I want you to
Yes.
do is open the TOEFL guide. You'll go to the reading passage, reading chapter. Okay. Once you go to the
Okay.
reading chapter, you will see there are some practice sets
Hmm.
given over there. Okay. So
Okay.
pick up any two practice sets over there, time yourself for
Okay.
35
Hmm.
minutes and solve those
Okay.
practice sets. Just write down in your
Cool.
notebook question number 1 ऑप्शन ए जो पण तुझा आन्सर असेल ते इथे तू लिहायचं क्वेश्चन
हाँ,
नंबरनुसार
ठीक है.
पॅसेज नंबर लिही
ठीक है.
म्हणजे यू डोंट गेट कन्फ्युज्ड ठीक आहे
चालेल.
just do that. If you want, share the answers with me, or you can check the answers on your own also later. Just tell me how many you got right. Okay.
ओके.
And
ओके.
understand the marking of the last question type which I told you.
येस.
ठीक आहे
येस. येस.
की जर दोन बरोबर आहे तर एकच पॉईंट येईल जर तिन्ही बरोबर आहे तर दोन पॉईंट्स येतील
2 पॉइंट येतील.
ओके
ओके.
फक्त
हम्म.
आउट ऑफ 22 how many you got correct you can tell me that also how
ऑल
many
राईट.
points you got and otherwise yeah you can just send me the answers I'll cross check okay
ओके. ओके.
I can
ओके.
do that also so that is something that you'll do basically it's kind of a reading test for you which you're giving yourself
हम्म. ओके.
understood okay
येस.
tomorrow we'll go through the whole uh, listening and writing and speaking
ओके.
after that you give the full mock test which is on your
ओके.
TOEFL website.
ओके.
Okay,
ओके.
if you want, I can share the next mock test with you also. But we have not gone through listening and other sections, so I'm a bit skeptical whether you'll be comfortable with giving the next mock test.
I will go through that first and then I'll
Yeah,
solve.
let me know. Let me know.
Okay.
आणि उद्या रात्री
हम्म.
मग आपण सगळे स्किल्स गो थ्रू केल्यानंतर मग तू फुल मॉक टेस्ट विच इज ऑन ETS साईट ती दे ठीक आहे
हाँ ठीक है.
हां अजून काही क्वेश्चन असेल तर जस्ट मेसेज मी नॉट अ प्रॉब्लेम
येस.
उद्याचा टाइम मोस्टली मी परत आफ्टरनूनच ठेवेन आय विल मेसेज यू इन द मॉर्निंग
ओके.
ठीक
कूल.
आहे यू आर फ्री ना यू आर नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर राइट डू यू हैव एनी कमिटमेंट
Mostly not. The thing is, my friend from Pune is here. So, like, we haven't thought about any plan, but uh, like, we haven't decided. So, I'll text you accordingly.
या
I'm going to meet her now. So, I'll text you accordingly.
Yeah, let me know.
But
Update me. If you have any
mostly I'll
commitment,
do
then
something.
update me accordingly. I'll manage the sessions accordingly. Now see
Okay, okay.
that was another reason I did not keep it hourly wise. म्हणून की बघ मी तुला 3 तास सांगितले बट 4 तास वरती आपलं एक्सटेंड
चालेल,
झालं
झालं.
मग
हो,
ते असं
बरोबर
नको
आहे.
व्हायला की मॅम तुम्ही मुद्दामून एक्सटेंड केलं वगैरे
हो,
वगैरे
बरोबर
सो
आहे.
आय डोंट वॉन्ट दॅट
Like,
टाइमर ऑन माय
the
हेड the way it
the
is there for
thing
you
is
in TOEFL.
about this, I had a budget issue right now because I haven't
No, I
told my
understand. My fees are much
parents.
lower one than what you get in the market. Okay, so don't
Hmm.
worry about that.
But I yet have to give exam or I am taking classes because this time my mom and my sister were strict like you have to score it out. And I don't know what went wrong this time and I didn't score, so I haven't told anything about. I'll directly give this and then I'll tell them.
I understand totally. Don't worry about that. Okay. Yeah, I know
Yes.
you had budget issues. That's why I gave you the best offer. Okay. पण त्याचे मला ते आर्ली वाईज
Yeah.
नाही आवडत. I never took fees hourly wise. You mentioned hourly wise.
Hmm.
So मी
Hmm.
म्हटलं
Hmm.
तुम्हाला clarification ला देत बसू.
Hmm.
I directly sent you the message.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
I got that.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
like that
Yeah.
timer on
Yeah.
my head. Then
Cool.
it becomes very difficult for me. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Cool.
Okay.
I'll text you about my tomorrow plan in some time. If can nसेल, like if I don't text मग whatever time you say that would be fine.
Sure, sure. Just message me if possible by
Hmm.
tonight or max by tomorrow
Yes.
morning. Then I'll allocate the timing
I'll
and other
message
things.
you by tonight
Yeah,
itself.
it's better then. Then I'll allocate other things
Yes.
accordingly. Okay.
Yes,
Sundays ला मी
yes.
usually नाही
Yes.
घेत sessions, but तुझा म्हणून मी घेत आहे.
Hmm.
ठीक आहे. I don't
Okay.
commit anything on Sundays. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So no worries. Chalo. Bye bye
Yes.
then. Study well.
Bye.
Go through the TOEFL
Yes.
guide also. Go through the
Yeah,
listening
I'll do.
chapter also, speaking chapter also, and writing chapter also. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Chalo. Bye bye.